Hey, yo! What the frick is up, my dudes? Hello. Show's here. Show's back. Let's go. Hey, Aunt Deb, thank you so much for reminding me that today is the last day to order Paul a shirt that will arrive for Christmas. It's done. I sent Paul the If It Flies It Spies shirt. I got him an XL. He's probably an XL, right? Because he's really tall. But yeah, so Paul, don't say I didn't ever get you anything nice, because I did. I got him. Sent it right to his house. He's gonna love it, dude. Oh, you sent a beat from with the sounds from the soundboard? Hold on. Mark? Who the fuck is Mark? Dude. Okay. Okay, we're gonna have to cook on this. Who the fuck is Mike? Who the fuck is Mike? Who the fuck is Mike? Who the fuck is Theodore? I think he's a fed cuck. He came into my life, tried to fucking stir shit up. Wanted to send me to Florida rehab, and I said, nah, dude, what's up? And I was like, hey, do you know Paul? Why so, Paul? Can you stop? Can you stop and drop and roll, bitch? Because we're gonna light your ass up. You're fucking stoned. We're gonna bury you in a hole and throw lob stones. We're gonna get you, buddy. Theodore is a bitch.
At the tone, please record your message. When you finish recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options.
All right.
To leave a callback number,
We'll cook
press
on
5.
that. We'll think about that. That's a good one, dude. That's a fire beat. Wait, what's the end?
Press 5.
Hey, Paul. Oh, man. This one is guitar, or with guitar from Undone, too. All right. Ooh! Mark? Turn your top chats to live chats. You stalled an airplane today, Zane? That's awesome. That's part of your training, right? The wings were empty. Why would you want to record your own intervention? I'm gonna diss Kathy Sanders to this beat. Ooh, yeah, dude. Okay, yeah. The You Are a Fed Cuck one we should all get on. Okay, I'll think of something on the bus this weekend. This rules. Great samplage. Just me and my friend Paul hanging out on a log because we're little mushroom guys. It's just me and my friend Paul. We're growing old together, smiling and drinking coffee, rocking on the porch saying, hey man, I like you. I'm glad we got to know each other. We're best friends, have been for 35 years, ever since you started talking about me on the internet and made me realize that I'm the hero. My name's Paul. I'm the hero, and my name's Paul. I'm the hero, not the zero. My name's Paul. I'm the hero, not the zero. My name's Paul, bitch. Fuck yeah, dude. All right. We love you, Paul. Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, Shabbat Shalom. Whatever everyone else says. Happy Kwanzaa. Oh, there we go. Now we're finally... I've been trying to zoom into Paul for like 3 minutes. Whoa, whoa, whoa. That's too much. Paul's Nussy. We're in Paul's Nussy right now, boys. It's just me and my friend Paul. Ooh. Just me and my friend Paul. He's not a hero. I mean, he's a hero, not a zero. I'm the hero. My name's Paul. If we chant it together, it will happen. Ooh, how was Candace got? I mean, seems like... Dude, come on. She went and did a 5-hour personal private interview with the lizard person, and she's not doing a tell-all. She barely said anything. We're going to watch some of it. We can't watch all of it. It's probably brain rot central, but... I mean, she's controlled ops, dude. Don't get mad at me. It's just her job. She laying off of Erica, kind of, right? Everyone's like, I wonder if Erica told Candace that Charlie's alive. Okay, then why isn't she saying it? But yeah, anyway. You think she was threatened? Told to shut up? I think it's just part of the storyline. Paul's next is a Paul sack. Oh no. Paul's looking like Fauci. Ooh, Fauci ouchie Paul. Maybe that's where Paul went. Paul's Fauci now. Wait, I forgot. Dude, I haven't even gone to feed the cats. Bro, look at this shit. Aaron Damus got me, dude. Hold on, we gotta watch this. This is so funny. I love Aaron, though. Don't get mad at Aaron. Oh, we went the wrong way. Dude, what is going on? Everything's going in slow motion. Okay, here we go.
This guy on TikTok. There is something here. This guy.
One of the toughest things that you had to get used to in America.
The pickles.
He won't address the allegations.
There is something here. This guy on TikTok, Facebook, kind of exploded.
Exploded? Thank you. Dude, my Instagram actually is like I think I'm at 63,000 followers. I don't know. Instagram doesn't fuck with me. It's lit over there. I be talking about crazy shit over there. But bro, what the fuck did I do to Aaron Damus? Andy Dick? You think Andy Dick of me? What the fuck? It's just the glasses, dude. What the hell? And again, don't get mad at Aaron Damus. He's doing his due diligence. This is all fine. But come on. You can't think of, like, what about, I don't know, who's someone handsome? Andy Dick's weird, man. Andy's alive. Andy's older than me. How am I Andy Dick? And the other thing I always get is that I'm Bill Gates or Bill Gates' son. Do I look like Bill Gates? What the fuck did I do to these people?
Kind of looks like Andy Dick. Now, I didn't line it up perfect. All right. But even look at his head.
Wait, what the fuck? So Skinner commented, so this is my boyfriend and he's deaf, not Andy Dick. Where did my comment go? I said, I am Andy Dick. She's lying. Skinner deleted my comment.
Get his head up here. Let me move myself up a little.
Yo, leave my 5 head alone. How this is so rude, bro.
Look at that hairline.
You think I actually look like a little bit like Bill Gates? What the fuck? Okay, hold on. I gotta see it then. Oh no. Oh shit, dude. Oh, OBS is a cuck. Wait. Oh no. It's cucked. And I gotta restart OBS. Okay. We'll be able to get through YouTube, but I think the Twitch side will die. Okay, let's finish this video. I'll do it right when I go feed Squeaks. Dude, fuck yeah, Aaron Damus. I love him. What was I gonna... Oh, yeah. Dude, you guys are just saying this because we're all wearing square glasses. What the fuck? Come on, bro. It's glassism. Yeah, you're fucking right, Black Death. It's such it's glassism. Y'all have glassism. Y'all got glassism problems. You never saw my comment? Maybe Aaron Damus blocked me. Well, no, because then I couldn't see the video. What the fuck? Where are my other comments, too? I said, I love you, Aaron Damus. Oh, no, my comment's here. Someone said, look, everybody's always like this. Everyone's always saying that I'm female to male, which is like, you know what? Yeah, I'm pretty. Get over it. What the fuck? I mean, this is fine. This is our anthem. This is so right. Fuck yeah. But yeah, this is all glassism, bro. This is our theme song, bro. Anyway, let's leave him alone. So, we finally made it. At least, dude, at least someone is engaging with us, right? It's about fucking time. We are real. We are real. They want to make us think we're in a simulation, boys. No, we're finally getting a little interaction. Love it. I was beginning to think that the internet was dead. It was just us. Yeah, who else are they going to say? Larry David? What the fuck, dude? People who think you look like Dick or Gates didn't know that Clark Kent was Superman. For sure, dude. Oh, yeah. Are you talking about Candace? Yeah, she's married into, like, another Zionist fucking family. Her father-in-law's in charge of, like, some big ol', like, charity or something. Or nonprofit that's, like, Christian-Jewish relations something in the UK, which is just, it's just, like, a cover for, like, some weird Israeli thing. Like in some way it just supports Israel. But yeah, Candace B bought, unfortunately. Dude, Aaron Damus said that I'm fucking... Look. Watch this, Barry.
There is something here. This guy on TikTok, Facebook, kind of exploded. Kind of looks like Andy Dick. Now, I didn't line it up perfect, all right?
What if Erica is Candace in whiteface? Fuck, dude. Have we seen them in the same room? I like this theory, Ryan. Let's run with it. Who just went live? Candace?
Even look at his head. Get his head up here. Let me move myself up a little. Look at that hairline.
Anyway, that's awesome. Okay, I'm gonna reset OBS because otherwise I can't rescale anything. So Twitch, you might have to click back in, but it should just take a second, okay? And hopefully YouTube will just freeze for a second. Okay, ready? Here we go. Wish us luck. Don't go anywhere. And if you do, click back. All right. See you in 5 seconds. Bye. We so back. We good? Okay, I think YouTube's still running. And Twitch will get our couple peeps back. Boom! Alright, look at this. Watch me. Nice. Here, let's make sure that my... Oh no. Okay, good. Okay, cool. Twitch chat's there. Everybody's back. Okay. I'm gonna go feed Squeaks real quick. BRB. BR Bizzle. Okay. Squeaks is gonna murder her sister. Oh my god, it's already 6:30. Look at us.
What's that smell? Somebody cooking? She out here stealing every stranger's heart. Cupid with her angel darts just took my whole brain apart. She a picture perfect picnic type of day in the park. I don't even know her name, I'm in the background playing my part. Higher than heavenly strings, played on a harp. Got me lighting up in the middle of the night like I'm afraid of the dark. Angel, when did you first start lying to God? Mine was the first time I tried suicide by garage. She had that red hair paired with the death glare. At her feet, I bleed my death here. I breathe her breath there, makes me sick, that love is pain. And I can't admit it, no code over puddles. Laying in front of trains, making bridges. Girl, where you going? Take me with you like taking pictures. Either way, I hope you have the best day. You either play the victim or parade the victor. Anything to get that Section 8. Nothing lasts forever. I guess not even her blessed grace makes sense, but any investment made's a collection plate. I'm just trying to get a date, but I guess it's late. So I left, aka I left it to fate. I'ma just head out after I glance at your name tag. Then let my phone number dance its way into your handbag. I know in hindsight that every era sounds the greatest. You had to see Alice at Wegmans, I say about 2008-ish. I'm back. They said you'll know me by my stab wounds. When the streets get dark, I start feeling lonely on a half moon. Howling at you, got me catcalling from a cocoon. Butterflies in my stomach, blackballing any future with you. I don't give a conjugal visit, never even shown interest. But she ain't just bad, she max security with no visits. Girl, I'm just like you, except I wanna bring the right bag to heist with stealing hearts. Cause they even put a price tag on niceness. I feel high as my jean shorts, I'm in a beach chair, mine's on a seashore. Fire inside like piece of war, wiring C4. I got the drive.
Yeah, Deb, Aaron Damus.
With that, she's all I need. Personality's the only other sides I have. I guess I'll never get back what she stole from me. Gotta trust my gut, it always reminds me when I have no money. Which sucks, cause I'm thinking of this chick feeling so hungry. Had to stop because she could always own runways. Went to pick her up and remembered Chick-fil-A is closed Sundays.
Frick!
Wait, the whole time you're talking about a chicken sandwich? You fucking serious? Love at first, free falling for a tree climb. She smiled back, but was probably just trying to be nice. Now, can't get her off my head like fleas and lice. Driving home, she got me lost in all of these street lights. She had those real sharp looking eyebrows, the deadliest kind. Her angry eyes got me wanting to get behind enemy lines. Another row stacked, can't even laugh like Prozac. Toe tagging like I'll be back with a roadmap. Acting too relaxed for the phone tap. Show up and never go back. Here's the trophy, gotta hand it to you. Here, hold that. Julie, are you still there? Fuck, I didn't know beauty could instill fear. I am still scared, still shook. She smiled but read my mind like a little book. When she appeared, cartoon hearts filled the air. She looked away, should I still look? Keep my eyes down, let her prove I don't really care. Cause when I stare without realizing, I realize when the smile becomes compromising, I could die trying to fly in the wind. If only I could be a fly on that padded wall. Princess, to find your tower, I would battle all. I ain't even trying to win. You won't hold me back before I fight them all. Journey I take you on is worth the hell I take you from. Lovebirds made for life, but I'm just trying to make you lunch. Will you carry me to work? And on the way we can split on a Sara Lee dessert. Always gotta remember the world already ended. Like life is a lottery, pretending I have a chance to calmly defend it. She told me to shut the fuck up. I said I wasn't even talking. She said I think too loud. I said, why do you think they call me Apocalypse? They think I'm insane, but really I just think they're complaining. I wasn't picked for their game, but still I'm aiming. I swear, if the journey's the reward, I need off this treadmill.
Guys, I love the day after parallel straight line cloud days. Then you always get the vanilla skies, the dreary vanilla skies where you can't see anything and everything's a haze. And I don't remember any days like this before, the parallel straight line cloud days. So, you guys, isn't this weird that it's always hazy like this? It's been like 2 years of like just being hazy always. Like, what is this? I'm still the flyest yet, no private jet. You heard what I just said, crying for respect, dying with regret, living inside of your head. I'm the best at comparing my successes to your failures. You're loud when you pray, hoping the entire world hears you. A giant waste of time, just like the FBI. Guessing why they let him die, already dead inside. Keep sending your sentinels, cause I'm too sentimental to die. Nothing black and white except when a general lies. Know how many times they try to tell us to die. Now we get high because they 9/11 the sky. Remember the time when blue skies weren't always gray. Now we calling for help until we get called away. Know how many times they try to sell us a lie. Now we get high because they 9/11 the sky. Remember the time when blue skies weren't always gray. Now we calling for help until we get called away. They don't really get it though, different yo. Don't get it twisted like a mixing bowl. No penny on my penny loafers, take me to your leader, forsake the citadel. So many computers all ready to take you to another world, while you're all ready to cozy up to your nice new motherboard, while clutching pearls. Go make yourself a nice new gold coffin. So much for show stopping, you get told off, and I'm told often I can't look away, can't a camera hunt. Turn the whole can of blunts into banana runs. Damn, this planet's fun. Fuck the races. We'll punch your faces in 100 places. Know how many times they try to tell us to die. Now we get high because they 9/11 the sky. Remember the time when blue skies weren't always gray. Now we call up for help until we get called away. How many times they try to sell us a lie? Now we get high because they 9/11 the sky. Remember the time when blue skies weren't always gray.
People are hiding speakers in the library and playing We Are Charlie Kirk.
Drives me crazy. Everyone's always like, what do you want me to do about it? What am I gonna do about it? Guys, that's the magic of everything, is that all it needs is your intentional thoughts. It needs you looking at it and going, what the frick, and making noise about it, because you don't have to figure out exactly where these planes are coming from. It's just going to be all of us collectively putting our attention on this, and then someone is going to be like, oh, my uncle works for them, and he told me one time that they do it from frickin', I don't know, Area 51.
All right, boys, welcome to the frickin' show. All right, what is this? You know I'm in if there's two things, Charlie Kirk and pranks.
It's one of these four.
In the fucking...
It's one of these four. It's coming from the ceiling.
Dude, everyone who has Google Glasses needs to be arrested, though. I'm sorry. This is not chill. All Google Glass people need to go to Guantanamo. If Peter Thiel wants slaves, get people who have Google Glass. Come on.
What do you think? Yeah, it might be coming from the ceiling. I'm so confused.
I'm so confused.
Do you hear that?
How hard is it to find the speaker? Just go where it gets louder.
Okay, I feel there was someone fiddling around back here earlier. Maybe right?
Yeah, this guy. It's right there.
No. Was that you?
I'm
I think I'm gonna study somewhere else.
Guys, hey, if anyone's ever wondering who's doing something, it's the guy with the Google glasses on. They look fucking stupid, don't they? Dude, look, that's what they look like. They're walking around with this shit, and people are like, isn't it just you? Are you filming everybody right now? This is what these Dorcases look like? Bro. Anyway, boys, what the frick's up? Aaron Damus got us. I gotta come clean. I am Andy Dick. Andy Dick's been all over TMZ and shit, but jump scare. Sorry, jump scare Caroline Levitt and her botched lips. Dude, what the fuck? My mouse is such a cuck. Oh, look at this little guy.
Girl, all these injection sites and still no lip?
Anyway, I forget what I was talking about now, but hey guys, welcome to the show. Let's get moving. We got a lot to cover. Candace Owens might be controlled opposition. You heard it here first. Breaking news. Wee-oo. I forgot to turn top chats to live chats on my OBS. Oh yeah, because I had to close out. I did originally. The Meta glasses look more realistic. Meta AI glasses. Ray-Ban. Oh, yeah, these are okay. But where do they store shit? Does it go to your phone or something? I don't know. I feel like you should have to have a flashing red light on your glasses if you're just recording all the time. Especially if you're getting people unwillingly in your little prank videos or whatever. I don't know, it's kind of weird. Anyway, did you guys see this herpes demon?
How? So Vanity Fair did this absolute hit piece on like the Trump cabinet. Little Marco. The best part about this to me is first of all the gaslight, but the level of insecurity this is gonna create in these people, because there's no way she was expecting this to occur. And the best part is it seems like none of the people in the room were like hip to this at the time. Anyway, this is gonna cause an intense amount of paranoia. Even though if you're in the public eye, I always am of the opinion that you should be like ruthless with your own appearance so that when other people start attacking you, you're just like, it's okay, it's part of the course. Like you shouldn't expect to take your stupid evil ass in front of people and be unattractive, or even be wildly attractive and have them not pick you apart, because you're ruining people's lives. And you know how the president's already paranoid when he answers questions in the White House? He's like, who are you with, before he even answers. You're gonna have to go into overdrive now, and I'm sure some people will say that's not good, but I feel like
Wait, the world's top cold fusion plasma researcher, MIT professor, was shot and killed? Who's talking about that? Has what's his face said anything about it? What's his name? Did what's Plasma Mommy's name? Dana Kipple. Dana Kipple ever talk to him? It's on the news. It's like a hit. What's the person's name? Or I'll just say plasma cold fusion.
E-Day in Nashville. Erica and I sat down. Here's what happened.
Yeah, you want to know why? Probably because everyone's going to find out that free energy is real. Why is my computer running like a bitch?
F.G. Loureiro, 47, a renowned Portuguese nuclear physicist and newly appointed director of MIT's Plasma Science and Fusion Center, was fatally shot at his home in Brookline, Massachusetts on Monday evening, December 15, 2025. Police responded to reports of gunfire at approximately 8:30 p.m. at an apartment building at 9 Gibbs Street in the upscale Boston suburb. Officers found Loureiro in the building's foyer, suffering from multiple gunshot wounds. Sources indicate he was shot at least 3 times. He was transported by ambulance to Beth Israel Hospital with critical injuries, but was pronounced dead Tuesday morning, December 16th. Norfolk County District Attorney Michael Morrissey's office confirmed the death and initiated an active homicide investigation. Brookline Police Chief Jennifer Pastor stated,
"In order to protect the integrity of the investigation, we are limited in the information we can share at this time and ask for the community's understanding and patience."
No, you don't have it.
No suspects are in custody, and authorities have released no information regarding the motive, suspect description, or circumstances of the shooting. Nuno Loureiro held one of MIT's most prestigious positions, Director of the Plasma Science and Fusion Center, a sprawling research facility housing over 250 researchers, staff and students across 7 buildings totaling 250,000 square feet of laboratory space. He was appointed to this leadership role in May 2024, less than 2 years before his death, at a moment of heightened global interest in fusion energy as a solution to climate change and energy security. More than 24 hours after the shooting, authorities have released minimal information, stating only that an active and ongoing homicide investigation is underway. Police have not released suspect descriptions, motive theories, or information about whether the shooting was targeted or random. The lack of detail is unusual for a high-profile homicide, prompting speculation among observers about whether investigators possess leads they are withholding or whether the case remains genuinely unsolved.
Most likely.
Loureiro's death raises significant questions about potential motives beyond random violence. As director of MIT's leading fusion research center, Loureiro oversaw work with direct national security implications. Fusion energy research is a critical component of US energy independence strategy, and the Plasma Science and Fusion Center conducts research contracted with the Department of Energy. The timing of his assassination, May 2024 appointment, January 2025 presidential honor, December 2025 death, creates an arc of rising prominence and visibility. Security analysts note that targeted assassination of scientific leaders is not unprecedented. Iranian nuclear scientists have been targeted in precision operations. Russian critics in the West have been poisoned. Chinese defectors have been hunted.
Well, good. Well, thank you. Thanks again for the introduction, and thanks for the invitation. I'm delighted to be here talking to you guys. I would be more delighted if
This is one of the guy's lectures.
this was actually held in person. I love Porto. I would have loved the excuse to go there.
Oh, COVID ruined everything. This was 4 years ago. Frick!
Sadly, that's not to be. But let me anyway applaud the committee for organizing this against what must have been difficult odds, and everyone who's attending for trying to better oneself by participating in this event and making it a success. So,
ICE is going crazy by you, Rin.
Again, nice to meet you, everybody, and I hope I won't be wasting too much of your time with my lecture, which is slightly ambitious in terms of its scope, and may not actually, I won't be able to do justice to all of these things that are alluded to in the title, but I'm hoping that I will be able to communicate at least some of the excitement about plasma physics in several of its sort of manifestations that I'm more familiar with. So if you wish to ask questions throughout the lecture, that's fine. I won't be actively monitoring the chat because I'll be, focused on the talk. But if something shows up, maybe the organizers can interrupt me and we'll clarify it as we go along. Maxwell's equations, and of course, because there's just so many of them, you're better off using a statistical description as provided by Boltzmann. Now, more recently, these two gentlemen also feature in plasmas that we are interested in, even though I won't talk very much about this. This person is Einstein, of course, and he is here because in many astrophysical applications, special relativity effects in plasmas are important, and oftentimes general relativity effects, such as, for example, if you're studying accretion around black holes, or if you're studying neutron star collisions, these are all plasmas, and there you can't neglect relativistic effects. And in even more exotic cases, such as magnetars and pulsars, QED effects become important. And so Julian Schringer is here.
Bro, spice it up a little bit.
To do flaring. So you probably have seen images of solar flares before. What you're looking at is So all of these contours here, I hope you can see my screen. These are actually, so this is actually radiation that you're seeing from the plasma in the solar corona. And the plasma is very strongly anchored to the magnetic fields on the surface of the sun. So it actually traces magnetic field lines. So these loops are loops of magnetic field. And because the photosphere, so the surface, if you will, of the sun is turbulent, these magnetic field loops are being continuously twisted by random foot point motion. And sometimes that leads to a lot of tension being applied to these magnetic fields, and their relaxation can lead to these explosive events, such as solar flares. So that's, of course, a fascinating thing to try to understand, how exactly does this happen? But if you're more engineering-minded or more practical-minded, these sorts of events...
Yeah, I do think that the last, the death throes of the Republic is happening. Because I think that basically, think about it. Their network has had to sprawl, right? Back in the day, they just needed, the media and Hollywood and all the musicians and shit. But now it's, influencers and podcasters and fucking, you gotta combat everyday normal people on social media and stuff. So their network, I feel like, has spread out, just like their whole system. It's bloated essentially, which means that you need more and more people, which means you're getting less and less talent, as we see in all of their terrible acting. I literally just think that they're all less talented. And and also, they're nepo babies. They've never had to, they're not good at anything. They're mediocre at everything. They're not the best of anything, ever. So they're bad at it. And yeah, I think as the awakening happens, their plays get more and more desperate. They have to. They have to keep trying to up the ante to make us go, oh my God, another 9/11, crazy. We got to talk about this for a year, hopefully 5 years. They'll keep postponing us awakening forever with more circus. That's the thing too. I don't really even think that I don't think they give a fuck that this shit is sloppy. I think they want us all to be arguing all the time because it just stops us from going the next level, which is, it doesn't matter. Pretend like everything they say is a lie. Who cares? We don't need, we don't even need to prove it anymore, you know what I mean? But we do need more people, so that's why we keep talking about it, but the bigger game, the one that they're thinking about is our consciousness and stopping our spiritual ascension. And we're all is Erica real? Is Candace real? No, they're all fake. Everything's fake. The only thing real is your breath. I am convinced. Maybe even not that. Who knows? But yeah. At this point, they like the conspiracies. It just keeps us spinning our wheels. And it sends most people into a fucking spiral, Yeah, guys, go easy on them. Even CIA agents have to phone in a day at work sometimes. Yeah. Even all the access to Adderall in the world. And sometimes it's just not your day. Even for a little Mormon FBI agent. I hope that all ice boys shit themselves to death. Damn, eternally bumping coming off hard on these bitches.
launch highly energetic electrons that, you know, in extreme cases can actually fry satellites. And, you know, that's a problem for communications on Earth, et cetera, et cetera. So it launches a discipline known as space weather, which tries to understand the Sun-Earth connection and what's going on there. And
yeah, that's what I mean, Adrienne. I don't think they are cooked, TBH. I think it's a smart move to push as much disinformation and chaos to make everyone sound insane. Yeah. I know, that's what I mean. That's why, like, who even cares anymore? Like, there's nothing to solve. They're all fucking lizards. They're weird. We're not weird. We need to fucking eventually move on as a civilization. But I think we're on our way to it. I don't think that we're cooked, dude. I think that they are eventually cooked. Maybe not right this second, but it's coming, dude. There's no way they can hold on to this forever. The whole point is that we gotta wake them up. We gotta wake everyone up. We gotta stop this. Otherwise, why are we here? Right? I'm not here to settle for their lizard bullshit. But, yeah, I mean, I do think that for sure they have it very calculated that I mean, look, that's why they drum up so many conspiracy theories. They definitely want us spinning our wheels on it, but I feel like this is where I'm like, I've gotten to the point where it's like, because I used to dive into trying to prove this all the time. It's proved, you know? Like, they want us proving it forever and ever and ever and ever. Fuck you. We know it to be true. You know? Because we can feel it. That's the whole thing. You can feel the truth. And then, once you feel it, you're never going to let them take it away from you. But yeah, we're not cooked. I think that they're losing. I think that it's like very planned that they want to spin the conspiracies and keep us, you know, spinning our wheels and going nuts. They want us all in psychosis eventually. But I do think too that they also, like, yeah, they have a ton of shit planned, but I think stuff like I don't know if they thought that we would all jump on Erica Kirk being an awful actress, you know? Maybe they did. But I do think a lot of this stuff, while there's a script, I think a lot of it, too, is them reacting on a dime. Like, that's why it's like it's kind of like wrestling improv, you know? It's like, you have your script, but you go out and you do a little kayfabe, you do a little goofballism, you forget your lines, you do a little improv, you know, the heart's racing, and then the match is over, and then you go back, and then for next week, you got to kind of work whatever was said or whatever into the new plot line. So, like, Erica and Candace's meeting yesterday, and Erica and Candace kind of coming out of that with a little bit of a different tone and tune. Like, I feel like that's part of the re-scripting. So I do think that there's going to come a certain point where they aren't able to re-script, because I do think that the whole storyline is slipping through their fucking fingers, and they're trying to keep it in their hands, but I don't know, a lot of sand be falling out. Eventually it's going to be all the sand. They have no plans to take everyone on one by one. Occupation, psy war, and intimidation is their plan, trying to scare us into self-consent. If they could take it, they would have taken it already. Yeah. Candace is calling everyone questioning her bots. Bro, I mean, that's embarrassing. That's what I mean. Like, even Candace should know that this isn't a good look. Like, she didn't consult with them about her storyline, and like, I think that we are becoming unruly. I don't think it is part of the script that they are wanting everyone to turn on Candace now. A lot of people are fucking saying they got her, all this shit, right? I think we're basically past the point of actively making it our mission to wake up others. If they haven't by now, nothing we say will wake them. Our mission now is to lead by example. Yeah, I think honestly what's going to wake people up is some big thing happening. I don't really think it's going to be us anymore. But yeah, we're going to be standing here like, hey, welcome, you fucking bozos. About time. Oh, it only took you 3 9/11s to get it. Well, better late than never. Drink responsibly. You don't think Erica Kirk's real at all? I love that. Wait, who was Bunny saying was AI the other day? Just everything, right? Yeah, Candace probably isn't real. The Kirk and Owens meeting is like the Bush and Cheney meeting after 9/11. Yeah, they always had her for sure. I think they know there's a large group of us that will never trust a talking head like Candace. They knew we would figure it out. It's another divisive tactic, which is their fave thing to do. Yeah. All right, let's watch some of it. Fuck it, right? Oh wait, hold on. Let's watch these real quick.
Expose on Trump's administration from his like
These
inner
were
circle
so
of
good.
people, and are using this photo of Caroline Levitt where you can clearly see her lip filler injection sites to promote it. No notes. Like the fact that this has been the
Dude, she like went and got it. She must have gotten it like the day before, right? That's, you don't go and get fillers the day before a photo shoot, girl. Come on.
promo photo on every social media platform is absolutely sending me. Here are the two articles. They talk about a lot of the biggest scandals that happened this year, from Pete Hegseth leaking those war plans in a group message to the Epstein files. But I think that they thought that this was like a very serious thing. Like they all look like they are ready for business in this photo. And I don't know if they thought that Vanity Fair was going to.
Yeah, Erica engaging with and meeting with Candace is just to try and legitimize her existence. But also I think it's just like, dude, it's the biggest story right now. It's the new big story. It's just a big fucking circus for us to talk about. Cosmetics expert, exactly.
Highlight them in a positive way, which I don't know why they think that.
I've watched so much Vanderpump Rules, bro. You don't go ask Sheena Shea. Sheena, do you go and get lip filler the day before your one-on-one interviews? Come on.
But then to turn around and then use this photo as the promo is so crazy. And Caroline Levitt is 28. Like, they did say that this was a portrait of power, but also peril, and all of these people.
Yeah, dude, our vibes are spreading out in our communities. Dude, even just me following, like, basically I just follow all of my conspiracy content creator my coworkers on Instagram, co-content creators, and then everyone from yoga. So like several people from yoga have been like coming up to me being like, I saw your video about the clouds. I see them all the time now. Like, you know, I see all the time little things that like just me blabbing about this shit is affecting. So I know it's working. We just got to keep doing it. We are rippling. Our vibes are immaculate. So She's silly for not wearing nude lip liner to cover those up, or even lipstick. Dude, she's 28 years old. Isn't that crazy?
Are extremely upset about this article, going on Twitter rampages pretty much all day, negating a lot of the quotes that they spoke throughout the entire time. So I don't know, they said it's a lot of context. And
sorry, I think many people will rush to their morning commutes as the sun starts exploding. Some people can't be woken up, and if those people survive, they'll immediately start hoarding and exploiting resources. Yep. Yeah, this could also just be another, I'm sure this is just a humiliation ritual. Another thing to get us all, ha 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 ha. Look at all these dumb Republicans. We've got Trump derangement syndrome. Dude, her insides are literally black. She's rotten, bro. Oh, man.
Administration from social media platform is absolutely they are ready for business in this photo, and I don't know if they thought that Vanity Fair was going to highlight them in a positive way, which I don't know why they'd think that, but then to turn around and then use this photo as the promo is so crazy. And Caroline Levitt is 28. Like, they did say that this was a portrait of power, but also peril, and all of these people are extremely upset about this article, going on Twitter rampages pretty much all day, negating a lot of the quotes that they spoke throughout the entire time. So I don't know, they said it's missing a lot of context and whatever, but I need your thoughts on this promo image. Today, Vanity Fair published a two-part
Love it.
A visual first world. Because these Vanity Fair portraits are doing just as much reporting as the written article. And I just couldn't pass up the opportunity to use these as an example of the power of imagery. So I kid you not, when I was scrolling today and I saw this photo posted by Vanity...
Bro, she got orange on her nose. Why?
Fair, I thought it may have been a mistake or a glitch from the app. It wasn't. And this is why this article is so smart. Not just because of the words, which are great, but the storytelling power of how it's aesthetically put together. And this is not a video about politics, my personal opinion on these people, or this administration, but about the storytelling power of aesthetics. And the thing is, these photos aren't bad, they're intentional. The super tight framing, the high saturation, the isolation of the subjects, even something as small as what's on the TV in the background. All of it mirrors the tone and direction of the reporting and the story about these power players behind the scenes. And for context, these images were shot by Christopher Anderson, who is a very big deal in the portrait photography world. And these are just examples of him having shot George Clooney, Jeremy Allen White, Gigi Hadid. Beautiful images. And this tells us that this is not amateur work, this was intentional visual language. And in a world where reading in general is declining and people are consuming social media and video networks as a main form of news consumption, the power of strong images like this are even more important. And this is so not about normalizing or platforming these people. The reality is that these are the power players who are running this country. They exist, it's happening. And Vanity Fair is doing its job of reporting, and a lot of that being done and communicated through the visuals. And this is just a reminder that aesthetics are not neutral or frivolous. They're part of the argument. This is what strong journalism looks like in a visual first world.
Shirts.
Oh my God.
Nobody got a pump. The problem with Revolution is that it will be photographed.
Yes.
So sloppy, loose t-shirts.
Oh my gosh.
Nobody got a pump. Nobody drunk their cayenne and their lemon. It's it's just not beautiful. So you're fighting the government and you look like shit. So when you die, it's for nothing. Did you see the lady that got shot? Disgusting wardrobe.
Oh my goodness.
Talking about the lady at January 6th.
Terrible last moments. The problem with
Charlie Kirky. I just popped a perky. Oh my God, it's already 7:15, boys. All right, let's watch a little bit of this.
Okay, everybody, Shabbat Shalom.
Hilarious, honestly.
Just want to say Shabbat Shalom.
And again, everybody, Candace is one of my favorite feds. I have many favorite feds. You know, all we have are feds, so they have to be we have to be fans of them. Paul is my #1 favorite fed of all time. We love Candace. She's a great Fed. Hassan's a great Fed. Who are some of our other favorite Feds? Yeah, dude, I love Vince Staples.
Shalom to everybody back at home. Happy Hanukkah to our greatest friends and allies. And, this is a good time to mention that Israel does have a right to defend itself. Tucker Carlson is Adolf Hitler. And TikTok does need to be purchased by the Mossad. It's just how I'm feeling today. I am not different. Maybe you are different. Welcome back to Candace.
Bro, she's got no rhythm.
Okay, you guys are crazy. You guys are absolutely crazy. The amount of people who attacked me for sending out a tweet being like, hey, I'm good, I'm alive. We had a very productive conversation. And they were like, she got the call. She got the call. She's betrayed us. She's doing something else. I can't believe it. This has all just been a show. Calm down, okay? What do you think happened? Well, Erica said, stop. And then I was frozen for 4 hours and 30 minutes, just like, as they just put all of these talking points into my head. That is not what happened. I keep telling you guys, I am not governable. I am basically akin to Kanye West. I never felt more seen than when he tweeted a lot of years ago, just fired my manager because I realized I can't be managed. That is me. That tweet right there, I was like, oh gosh, yes, Kanye, I get this. Okay. Nobody is changing their mind anything. How ridiculous would it have been if I'm doing all of this, investigating, asking all of these questions, and then Erica Kirk offers to answer some of these questions, and I'm like, no.
Like, no matter what, at the end of the day, all of these people to me just give media trained and not real. Like, you know what I mean? It always feels like they're pulling from the reserve in their brain of like, it's like work brain. You know what I mean? They're being work people. Like, they're not real. Like, even just this so far, it's like so acty. I don't know.
I'm not going to go. I can't betray the people. I don't want any answers to the questions. I just want to ask them. No, this is the entire reason we are doing this. We've been looking at the situation going, why can't Turning Point USA just answer basic questions? And I can tell you guys that yesterday for 4 hours and 30 minutes, there were no rules. They said you can ask us any question that you want, anything that's on your mind.
Did you ask about the chair falling through the table? Did you ask about whether or not or why everybody rushed him out and didn't, stabilize him at the scene? Why did they take the cameras down? Why did you have that kid that asked the question at your weird fucking town hall with Barry Weiss? Why does it feel like you guys are trying to move on so fast? She didn't ask any fucking questions, bro.
I appreciated. And some of you guys are thinking, who is they? Who is they? It's the Jews, obviously. Just kidding. It's Justin Strife. Justin Strife was in the room. It was just Justin Strife and Erica. George joined me just for the beginning portion of the conversation because he had that thing going on that I told you on the 15th all day. He was in a conference.
That's why Hollywood sent out the gay message about little dicks. They have them. Dude, you're so right.
And then I brought my cousin Mia, the one that has a really bad attitude. I just bring her there for vibes. I think it just confuses people. They're like, I don't understand what's this person doing here. And the reality is she's like always just listening to Cardi B music. But she's my cousin and I always have her around. And so that was it. She was kind of sitting a little bit away, but at the table, it was really just the four of us until George left. And I will be honest, I did not know what to expect going into the room. I did not know if they were going to.
Does she say rum? Going to the rum? Did she say that?
At the table, it was really just the four of us until George left. And I will be honest, I did not know what to expect going into the room. I did not know if they were going to be open. I didn't know what Erica's energy was going to be like, if it was going to be more of an argument, if there was going to be legal threats. You guys were telling me not to drink water, so I didn't drink water. Well, I brought my own water, but I didn't drink that water too. It was a lot. There's a lot going on, okay? And the conversation started with Justin Strife very sensibly saying, what are we looking to accomplish here?
Bro, okay, listen to this. I've been demanding Paul Wysopal talk to me for years, right? I finally get a hold of him. He refuses to come on the show, but will have a private chat with me. I come with this energy after the call. Y'all are like, they got him, right? Like, when you come back from something like this, you gotta be like, this to me, her whole everything about her demeanor is screaming she got nothing from it. Like, you come back and you're like, boys, it's fucking on, you know? Like, there's nothing here. She's giving nothing. Because there was nothing, and there will be nothing. This is all just a goose chase. It's to make you fucking nuts.
Like, what is the actual aim of this conversation? And
if Paul wears the pigeon tee, I will pass out. Dude, I will fucking lose my mind. What if he texts me, Paul, when you get the shirt, you have to wear it and text me a picture. When I get the, when I get the confirmation, I'll text him. I'll say, Happy Christmas. Happy Christmas, Paul. Oh, man. There's 66 people in here. There better be 66 likes, boys. 66, you know what that is? 33 times 2.
And he was pretty clear, and Erica was very clear, that they were sort of most upset with what obviously a bit of a fever pitch, when I tweeted that it was a godforsaken company and people should not give money to it. And I have to own that. That's aggressive.
That's what they're upset about? Not that you're saying that Erica Kirk had something to do with her fucking husband's murder? I wish Paul would meet with us too. Paul, this would be the best spot to meet. There will be no judgment. I love you, Paul. Honestly, I'm more mad at Kathy Sanders than I am at Paul. I think possibly what Kathy Sanders has done, if we're right, is worse than what Paul's done. Black Death, you back me up on that? Kathy Sanders is way worse than Paul. Yeah, how's that, Kathy Sanders? What do you think?
Actually aggressive in the retrospect. I was very
it's 420 on the West Coast? Hell yeah. I'll join you. 421. Bongers
frustrated.
Up.
And I don't know, I felt like we weren't getting any answers, and there were so many lies, and then I was getting attacked for asking all meaningful questions that it was.
Yeah, Paul, you're exonerated. The blame is now on Kathy Sanders and her fake dead grandkids.
Within their capacity to answer. And I told you, I definitely, my problem in life is that I can rise to anger very quickly. I shared with them that I really felt like I was under attack for telling the truth from the very beginning, like casually, when I mentioned the Catholicism thing. Like, what was that about? I was like, look, I say something in a tribute to him. Alex Clark and Andrew Colvett then jump onto a podcast and they're doing that weird interview, which is clearly aimed at me. And they've teased the interview. It was like aimed at me, but they never say my name. And that to me felt like it was the first, the first bit of mud that was slung, which...
Bro, this is literally Days of Our Lives. Everybody's watching Days of Our Lives. Oh my God. That's all this is. It's mystery Days of Our Lives. It never ends. The story never fucking ends. It goes on for literally ever.
Their answer for that was, hey, that was a really crazy time. A new system had to be put into place, and by no means...
Who cares about these questions? You talk to the fucking widow of Charlie Kirk. What is this nitpicky shit?
Did Erica give any person the authority to go out and say that the Catholicism thing was a lie? It kind of turned into this big thing. Whatever. Okay, that kind of obviously was not the meat of the reason that we wanted to sit down. I will say I was immediately refreshed by the fact that one of the first things that Erica did was she owned the lies, or rather, I guess they would cage it as miscommunications that were coming from various people at the company. Like, look, this is a company with 650 people that are employed. Everybody at this time is exceedingly emotional, and they are communicating, and no matter what somebody says on Twitter, they assume that this communication has come down from management, and that's not always a circumstance. But they owned right away, which felt great, that if you guys recall, Erica sat down with Glenn Beck. I actually missed this portion because I didn't get to watch the interview in its entirety, and we were pulling clips because a lot was coming out very quickly. But there was a portion that was going around that was viral, and it was Erica saying,
Oh, Terry Nichols got to become George Clooney. That's who Terry Nichols is now.
Saying that she had Charlie's phone and that Charlie never texted anybody the night before saying that he thought that they were going to kill him. And that obviously reflected poorly on me because I was the one who said that he did, in fact, text multiple people the night before. And then I went on.
Like, each one of her shows is an hour long. Like, this is literally soap opera. Oh my
on Jimmy Dore
God.
on Friday, Jimmy Dore show, and I clarified. I said Andrew Colbert told me specifically that he was one of the people that received this text message. So I got that first person. I didn't get that from a source. I got that directly from Andrew Colbert, and then somebody who had access to Dan Flood's communication.
Oh yeah, dude, you just saw that photo of George Clooney and Obama and a small child that they're pushing under into the fucking cabin or whatever. Weird.
Said that Dan Flood similarly received a text message. They owned that right away and explained. Erica said that she has Charlie's phone. She's looking at his iMessages, and it turns out that he
Wait, what's the fittest flat earther thing that I said? What did I say? Did I say some Fed shit? Why is this soap opera so bad? Didn't these same people create MTV? I know, MTV was lit. I mean, fuck. This is what I'm saying. It's the enshittification of everything, dude. They've had to spread out, so there's so many story writers now. And honestly, I think they're just leaving it up to the AIs and to the improv actors. Not you two, Clooners. Yeah, dude. Clooner is a... Dude, he's like a CIA agent for Sudan. All these actors are. Like, what the fuck is George Clooney going to Sudan all the time for? You little fucking spy. You weirdo spy.
Everybody else communicates on Signal. He communicates on Telegram. And
no, that is exactly, yeah, Terry Nichols. Me saying that Terry Nichols, that exactly, I was thinking as what fittest flat earther would say. Wait, who? Oh yeah, saying it's George Clooney. I could have said Robin Williams. I was thinking about it for a second. I was like, no, that's too obvious. We gotta give him a better option. Yeah, Clooney is a huge Fed. I mean, all of them are, dude. All the big time actors, like, their stardom is used for access. Yeah, the magic is wearing off. And dude, honestly, I think it's because of like the 8K and the fucking 100x zoom on cameras. Like, think about it. Everything used to be so controlled. Everyone didn't have a fucking film camera in their pocket, right? So it was so much easier to keep the veil up. There was just less content that had to be made. Now there's so much. Yeah, Brad's one too. Ashton's one for sure. I mean, Diddy was one. Jay-Z. Jay-Z's plane literally flies cocaine from Bogota, Colombia to Teterboro, New Jersey regularly for Rock Nation. Get it? Rock Nation? Like, they're bringing rock from Colombia to sell in America for the CIA. What up, Lori?
that when she heard me say that, they then went and looked, and yes, that what I said was true.
Yeah, all this is just a TV show that's gone on for way too long. Seriously, dude, it's Days of Our Lives. It's a soap opera. Yeah, we accepted what we saw in movies because we didn't have as many entertainment options. And now, dude, it's like, essentially, we make movies of our own. Like, we film each other all the time. We watch people get exposed for doing crazy things. Like, we know how to read body language. We know how to read what feels real and what doesn't. Like, it's hard to keep the veil up when reality is getting sharper, you know what I mean? You lived, Lori? Let's go.
Andrew Colvett received a message the night before, and Dan Flood received a message the night before. Now they asked me if I had actually like a concrete a copy of what Dan Flood got the night before, and I said no. If somebody told me what it said, which was almost exactly what Andrew said, which is they're going to kill me. Andrew did not know who they were, that he was referring to were, but they clarified that the message that Dan Flood received said the left is going to kill me. So I can't confirm that one way or the other. I have to trust them on that because I did not see that concrete message. I was told that it said they. Now, obviously, we discussed the moment, and I'm laughing here because you TikTokers are actually out of control. You guys are going to be the reason that Israel gets TikTok, because you guys are acting a fool all the time. And the videos were so hilarious of you guys mocking the Barry Weiss interview. It's great. It's good to laugh at ourselves. And Barry Weiss is always worth laughing at. But I was sort of like, hey, I felt name checked by the podcaster, Candace Owens, this obvious setup, and then asking me to stop. And it's interesting to hear Erica say that the reason she didn't ask me to stop in the beginning, because she was actually learning things from the show. She was actually learning things, and that I think she similarly felt that Barry Weiss was trying to create a moment. Obviously, it's who Barry Weiss is. It's the Zionist lobby. She's trying to right perceived wrongs because I'm against her side. That does not surprise me. That's kind of why Barry Weiss exists. That's the reason they put her at CBS, is because she's just committed to stacking the audience with people that are going to present the pro-Israel cause and talk about anti-Semitism and talk about like crime being on the rise. It's kind of an embarrassment, but I actually do accept that. And I should also clarify that Barry Weiss obviously picked those questions. They were not random, like I told you. It wasn't like people were coming to the mic and it was an open mic and they didn't know what they were going to get. It was all very much planned by Barry. But Erica said that she knew the general idea, like they were going to mention me and mention the conspiracies, but she was not given that specific, the podcaster, Candace Owens, question. So I think that's fair to clear that up. Now, I did not at all recant any of my suspicions, and I understand people disagree with me about particular people at Turning Point USA. I communicated what I communicated in front of the whole world. My skin crawled after I spoke to Terrell Farnsworth, the person who took the cameras down. He lied to me several times. I explained to them, which felt good to have that direct communication, how Terrell lied multiple times, and that I did not understand why he was there that day. They echoed what he said. They defended what he said, that they were trying something new that day, that they typically live stream, which is what Terrell said. They typically live stream, and I said every college event. Well, they said, well, yeah, they live stream the events that are tour stops, but they don't live stream like the outside prove me wrong type events. And that was something that was new, and it required Terrell. And I said, even if that was all real, if that was all true, I still didn't feel good about the conversation that I had with Terrell, and I can't ignore my gut about the many little lies that he told. I thought the video he recorded was weird. I know he comes from a very powerful family. I personally do not trust him. And I obviously do not like the fact that I said, Tyler Boyer lied about this thing and came up with an excuse and said, well, Terrell was asked to take the camera down. That's the reason, he said on Twitter, because the police wanted him to take it down to secure the footage. And I said, I know that's not true. And they said, well, after all of that, after he took the cameras down, there was a police officer or Fed, whoever it was, that spoke to him and asked him to secure the footage. Well, that makes sense, but it's not a reason for why he took it down immediately. It makes sense that as you're investigating, you're going to say, who's got the footage? Let's lock it down. But it didn't make sense to me that Tyler Boyer lied about it. And I don't trust Tyler Boyer. And that is never going to change. Similarly with Rob McCoy, he makes my skin crawl. I can't explain it. I look at him and he's a bad person, and nobody can make me feel one way or the other about that. I was surprised to learn, and this is kind of gets into, I guess, us not knowing the inner workings at Turning Point USA, that Rob McCoy actually does not work with Turning Point USA in any capacity whatsoever. And so him communicating as he has done, like, I'm the pastor, I'm this, I'm that, it's just not real. Like, that is not real. And we should know that that's not real. And when he says that, call him out on that separately from Turning Point USA. I was operating under the assumption that he worked for Turning Point USA. And I said, if obviously that's wrong, I'm happy to correct that. But also, what were we to assume when he hit the stage at the memorial and said, I'm America's pastor, and then had the Wikipedia updated and said, well, I'm assuming he had it updated because who else would do that he started Turning Point USA Faith. So I guess, to be clear, we were just wrong about that. And I will have a lot more to say about Rob McCoy and where I believe he fits into a lot of things. So I'm not letting up on that. Now, one piece of this where I still don't understand it, and the magic bullet. Okay. Now, we all recall what happened.
Yeah, dude, I used to love Real World.
Casually say on the show, hey, I saw the footage, there was no blood. And honestly, when I said it, I didn't process how big of a deal that was with the 30-06. very quickly, what happens is Andrew Colvett whips up this tweet about what happened with the bullet, and he said he wanted to address all the discussion that was being had about the online chatter. I'm obviously paraphrasing here. He says, "I apologize, it's going to get graphic," but he spoke with the surgeon. The bullet should have gone through. The surgeon then explained that what he's typically seen on these wounds, and basically this was all a miracle. Charlie saved lives, even in death. And the internet clocked it. This miracle, the healthy bone, his bone was so healthy and the density was so impressive. Like, this is a quote, by the way. His bone was so healthy. I want to read it. This is allegedly from the surgeon. Quote, "His bone was so healthy and the density was so impressive that he's like the man of steel. It should have gone through and through. It likely would have killed those standing behind him too." And we were just like, eek. That kind of was like the beginning of the WTF, right? I feel like that was kind of the beginning of it. And immediately people in the comments responded to Andrew, and this individual said, "This post is so fake as it would violate HIPAA. Like, there's patient privacy. You can't just call up the surgeon." And then Andrew Colvett replies and says, "Rest assured, I would not have posted without full permission." Now, he said he spoke to the surgeon, and they confirmed that Andrew spoke to the surgeon, but that they did not know that he was going to write that tweet. They did not know that he called up the surgeon. So, like, it very much came across to me like Andrew was just flying by the seat of his pants. I don't know. Like, he was just flying dark on it. And I was like, that seems very strange to me, because why would a surgeon do that? Like, the first thing the surgeon should say is, "I can't speak to you." I don't even know, in theory, Andrew wasn't even there when Charlie died. I don't even know why the surgeon even knows this guy, actually. Maybe he hung around after, but, you know, Andrew was not one of the people that got to the hospital or anything like that. So this is quite literally the PR guy who's calling the surgeon. And so that just seems very inappropriate for a person.
Yeah, the change in her is night and day. She's now saying a whole lot of nothing and trying to pass it off as engaging. She's definitely pivoting on her stories and an investigative narrative.
To do, period. And I would say it was kind of the beginning, but that was what I got from that. Now, obviously, we discussed the security. I brought up Brian Harpole, this interview with Sean Ryan, and I think we can believe during point when they say that they did not approve of this. They had no idea he was going on Sean Ryan. I think that's pretty clear. I don't believe he works there anymore. So that was kind of him just getting out there and perhaps trying to rescue his own reputation. And I think that only made his reputation worse, actually, because people rightfully sensed that he wasn't telling the truth in that interview, that he was being cagey, that he was saying things that didn't make any sense. Again, you constantly have these people that believe, like Brian Harpole, that with enough performance, he can sit down and you're just going to convince people that this is real. And this is just a different time. Like I said, these TikTokers are out of control. They will check you in 4 seconds. Okay. Things that the biggest piece of this that I want to communicate, and that I did communicate to them, and I hope that they took me seriously on this, or rather that they take my strong advice on this. I said, one of the reasons why I really want to sit down is because I want to walk out of here and feel confident saying to my audience, hey, like, there's stuff going on behind the scenes, but Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk. Like, that more will come out, but you can take it from me that this is what happened. I was looking to achieve that because there's been a lot of signaling from various people, some people who are experts, some people who have been involved in cases, that there's obviously going to be stuff that the public does not have access to. And so it is at least plausible that they have seen very clear footage that we've been asking for of Tyler Robinson getting up there and taking the shot. Like, they have access.
Bro, so she's like, okay, well, I guess Tyler Robinson did it.
To UVU camera. So I was hoping to hear that. And I said that. I want to hear why people feel so confident at Turning Point USA that Tyler Robinson is the guy. And at this point, they elected to call the lawyer, like, you know, their lawyer who is involved in this case. One of the lawyers that's involved in this case. There's always a team of lawyers, especially for something like this. And what I got from the lawyer did not make me feel that Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk. It did not make me feel confident that he didn't or did shoot Charlie Kirk. I was very surprised by this. He spoke a very long time. I asked, you know, can you share with me what it is? And I said, when you share this with me, I will not say what that thing is. If that's what if we want to protect the integrity of the case, I'm not going to, if you say, we've got the footage of him taking a shot, I promise I won't say that to the audience, but I will communicate to them that you have something that is solid. And no, to the exact contrary, this guy effectively said, not effectively, he said that they have nothing but the affidavit. Okay, so what you have, what we have seen is what they have. What is being discussed publicly, you are this whole like non-expert problem with like, well, you don't know. It's like what you read his messages that don't have any dates on it, Tyler Robinson writing out everything and the clean alibi, that's what they have. And what he explained to me was that that's the affidavit stage. That's where it's at. And then what takes place now is the investigation is ongoing, right? So right now they're looking for more information. And once investigators, they could very well have obviously footage. And that is why they might feel that, we're definitely gonna get this prosecution. But the reality is they don't actually share that information with the victim. They don't share that information with Erica. They don't, in this part of the process, they will not know what investigators have discovered. This is what the lawyer told me until May. Okay. They have not seen anything that you have not seen, is what I want you to know. So with that in mind, I'm sitting here going, why are you signaling? Why do I feel like the public's being gaslit on this? There's been nothing that's convincing. There are so many commentators who have gone out and said to you, it's overwhelming. The evidence is overwhelming. The text messages that don't have a date, that don't even sound real, that's overwhelming. That to me feels really fake and gay. I really do want to say that to every commentator that is out there trying to tell the public and insisting that if you say it enough times it'll become real, you're actually just being dishonest. And I offered that a more honest way to communicate would be to say, we think he's involved. We feel strongly. I've said that. I think he's involved. We are very hopeful that throughout this investigation, we are going to get that concrete thing. And that's where we're at right now. That's just the stage that we are at. That is not what we are getting from them. That is like, I just feel like that's really important to let you guys know. Let the gaslighting stop. They have what you have. Okay. There is nothing else. They are in an investigative stage. Erica has been named as the victim. They will know more in this May hearing, which is the probable cause hearing. That's what the lawyer told me. It's probable cause hearing. And that's when they will see the evidence. That's when they get to present the evidence, why they are going to stand there before a judge and be like, yes, we need to move this forward. It's not just an affidavit. We're not pulling together scraps. We have concrete evidence. Until then, okay, until we all get on the same page and understand what else they have, I am very confident stating the opposite of all of my, I guess, well-paid peers in that I don't believe that Tyler Robinson pulled the trigger. And what I also said to them was, and I said this in front of the lawyer, because I don't know why I'm like this. I was like, you might need a new lawyer. I was like, because this person's trying to sell to you that this is solid. One of the rules that me and my husband have is that if you have a lawyer that tells you like you're 100% going to win, it's very clear that you're going to win. You need a new lawyer. Okay, that's a cheerleader. That's not a lawyer. A lawyer, even if you should 100% win, should be telling you the risks here. You know, I feel good about this case. Like, let me talk real to you. I feel good about this case, but here's where things could go wrong. I want you to understand those risks that are involved. We don't have this yet. We don't have that yet. And especially given what I told them, which is your lawyers, or the investigators rather, not their lawyers, because they're not the ones investigating. It's the state of Utah that's investigating. They have not called the one solitary person, as I told you guys, who filmed as he was on the roof. Remember the guy that's like, oh, there's somebody on the roof and he sees him crouched down. I said, I spoke to that person and his testimony would be devastating to your prosecution. He saw the person on the roof. He filmed the person on the roof at 12:23 p.m. and he did not see that person take the shot. And this is not some random student. This is a guy who trains people.
This all feels fake and G-A-Y. Yeah, I miss MTV too, man. I just want to go back to the 90s and watch Real World when I'm not supposed to. And then watch TRL, race home from school to watch TRL. Man. We didn't know how good we had it back then.
To shoot guns at a range. He knows guns, okay? He said what he saw was a smaller gun.
Next, she's going to reference 6'7".
He said that this person was dressed in black tactical gear and there was no recoil. That's devastating. That would be devastating to the prosecution. And yet investigators haven't reached out. Now they offered back, well, maybe they haven't reached out because they have an even clearer video. And that's true. That's actually a good rebuttal. They're like, we don't even have to talk to this guy because the video will speak for itself and we saw what we saw. Okay, but wouldn't you still want to speak to the other guy so you could prepare? I don't know, to question him something. I don't like that this investigation is going on, and I feel as though I spoke to more people than they have. Both of the people who filmed videos that day told me that they weren't reached out to. So I don't understand what's happening here. I don't understand the confidence, I guess, is the best way to say this. I told them I do not understand the confidence that is happening. Now, another really big thing that happened was
I bet
they brought me Mikey's.
I bet Candace's iPhone wallpaper is a selfie of herself. She's got to be her own lock screen.
Call logs, okay? They brought me Mikey's call logs, and that is why I said this was a productive meeting. There is no other way to say it. I asked every.
Oh yeah, Undressed. Oh, you know what else I loved on MTV? True Life. That shit was awesome. It'd be like True Life. I'm I want to marry my grandma. True life, I'm addicted to huffing cat treats. What are some other great true lives? I always wanted to be in Times Square when Britney Spears was on TRL so I could scream up at her. Yeah, true life ruled, dude.
Question, and they came with paperwork to show and to answer and to explain certain things. Also, which was, I thought, actually kind of sweet, that I guess I did on the previous show. I was like kind of looking at things into Mikey, like,
true life, I eat hair.
Couldn't find him, and someone
I'm
said,
addicted to eating my couch.
I think Mikey's not his like real name. Like they thought it was his middle name actually. And I just assumed, okay, well, maybe he's using his middle name and that's why I can't find him.
True life, I huff lighters all day. That shit was so good. True life, I have epilepsy. I'm on crystal meth. I'm coming out. Oh, I'm a backyard wrestler. That one was fucking awesome, dude. I'm addicted to crystal meth. Yeah, dude. True life, proudest moments. Yeah, dude, true life was the shit.
But Mikey really wants you guys to know that is his real name, and it is his real name. I found out shortly thereafter that they were confusing his middle name with, they thought it was...
I know, right? Why is Candace married to a duke? Because he's a Rothschild. This is what they do.
That Michael is his real name, just to clarify that, because I realized I actually didn't go back and clarify that. But Mikey's call logs, big piece of this, okay? I'm going to, I guess, jog your memory on what Blake said about Mikey that day, and then I'll tell you what actually happened, because I don't think Blake has that great of a memory. Okay, take a listen.
So I was not with Mikey.
As a gigantic homo myself, I will call her gay as a pejorative until it hurts her feelings or someone around her's feelings. Exactly. Oh yeah, did you see that? That's My Strange Addiction, where that guy was making out with his car bumper, in love with it, and was a boy car. Yeah, they definitely fucked their cars. I think their boy car's name was Chase. I think so too.
I don't remember being with him. I think I was ahead of him as we left. And then we get out, and I run for... can't have been more than 15 or 20 seconds. And then I realized there hasn't been another shot, so the shooter has likely been detained or stopped or something, not in immediate danger. I pause, I look around me, and I see Mikey. And I see Mikey there. And truthfully, I will never forget what I saw, because I've seen Mikey...
Oh yeah, I got it on 1.25.
Almost every day for the past 2 years.
Want me to slow down?
I know his personality very well. He's a very bubbly...
I just want to get the information. She's a fucking wackadoodle anyway.
Guy. He's a very happy guy almost all of the time. And I'll never forget what I saw, because it was clear in the moment that he was profoundly freaked out. What I'll always remember is the way his lip was quivering, which I'd never seen before. And you very rarely see from someone that he was freaking out. And then I think he literally said to me, I might be imagining this, but I think what he literally said was, he was looking around, and then he says, I need to call Erica. And then he takes his phone and he begins calling Erica. And I don't want to disclose how that call unfolded, but he did that. Your mind extends all of this, but that is happening within a minute of all of this occurring. I remember he calls Erica. Around the same time, I pull out my phone and I call my mom just to say, Mom, there's been a shooting. You're going to see it on the news. I'm okay. Pray for me. I've got to go. And I remember that call. And around the time I put that phone away, and then he immediately calls his dad. He calls Rob McCoy, and he says, Dad, someone shot Charlie. You need to call all of your pastor friends. Charlie was hit. We need everyone to pray right now. And that's what he told him.
Okay, so that's just not right. And so when he says, I might be imagining this, I'll never forget, followed by, I might be imagining this, probably means that maybe you forgot and like you really could be imagining. Now, for me personally, I think the normal physiological response in these high adrenaline situations for most people is you lock in. Like they're literally your body when it goes through something, when it's terrified and is going through like sort of like you are really paying attention to details. We've learned about this many times over in health class growing up. This is why they talk about that fight or flight response, and quite literally there's stuff happening to your body. And so there's a lot of details here that are just not accurate. And the one that surprised me the most about these call logs is I certainly feel that we were given the impression over and over and over again that the first person Mikey called was Erica, right? He called Erica. We were told this by many people also that he trained, like he almost like went to a camp and trained, and Charlie was like, 1, 2, 3, go, and like fast, 1, 2, 3, go. Go. That's why he walked away. 1, 2, 3, go, and just told him, this is what the first thing you do is. Well, he didn't do that. Actually, the first person he called was his wife. He called Elizabeth McCoy. And then he stayed on the phone with his wife for 10 minutes. And during those 10 minutes, he three-wayed Erica 3 minutes after the shot went off. And then he three-ways his father.
He three-wayed Erica? What the fuck? Bro, chill out. Okay, maybe she is exposing some truth. Let's go.
And then he three-ways a third person who I am not interested in mentioning because it's not relevant. This is Danny McCoy, by the way, is his brother that's in the military, but that's before the shot goes off. Charlie Kirk shot goes off. You know, I have that in detail. Charlie's brought to security. Mikey McCoy calls his wife. They will stay on the phone for 10 minutes. Okay. In that same minute, because we know this, because Blake Neff has given us his call log to his mother. Blake Neff called his mom. His call with his mother lasted 45 seconds. So we're assuming it went to 12:25. It very well could have stayed in 12:24, depending on the millisecond. Blake Neff ends that phone call with his mother. Mikey McCoy, after the phone call with his mother ends, adds Erica to the phone. Okay, so that when he was recapping and he's like, oh, his lips quivering, and he's like, I gotta call Erica. And he's like, and then I called my mom. That's not right. That's just not right. Okay, Mikey called Erica after Blake Neff ended that phone call with his mother. If call logs are to be believed above, you know.
Bro, this is the shit she's fucking talking about straight out of the gun. This is the Erica Kirk exclusive. And she's talking about this shit? What the fuck? There's no like, I don't know, guys. She's like a lizard person in real life. She stared me down once and she told me, stop, you wicked witch. There's nothing. This sucks. Yeah, same old, gotta keep repeating the story. Oh, real sex. Yeah, we were definitely not supposed to be watching that. MTV was wild. Well, whatever, dude. People be coming awake to this. A lot of people are like, oh, man. It is everyone. Stop sucking everything. Don't tell me what to do, Sarah Thorne. I'll suck on whatever I want.
Human testimony. Mikey McCoy then drops Erica from the phone call 2 minutes later, and then he adds his father to the phone call. Again, he is this entire time on the phone with his wife, okay? And then Mikey McCoy ends his phone call.
Like, this is all just reality TV, bro. Oh, Real Sex was HBO with the Bunny Ranch. Oh, yeah, I remember that, too. The reason that she gave for not filming it, like, she should have refused to talk without filming it. It's because Erica Kirk said that she agreed to do a private talk. Fuck that. Say no. I'm a journalist. I want to ask you questions and I want to film it.
With his
what? Erica Kirk can literally talk to everyone else but not Candace Owens? What the fuck?
His father. He does call another person who I'm not mentioning because it's just not relevant to anything, you know, not a character in the story, rather. And then he ends the phone call with his wife. And a minute later.
Adrian, you're saying Candace, like, totally her demeanor feels off compared to what it was? I don't watch her enough. To me, she always just, I feel like, is like an actor. You know, she's like doing her I'm at work voice. Like, you know, like people like Jon Stewart, they have this where like they're still the same person, but when they're not being filmed, I mean, even like me, I have a way that I speak where when I'm on camera and stuff, that's just like a little different than the way I normally am. But I feel like with their shtick, it's like there is no like personality really. Like you don't know anything about them. It's just like their character really. Like there's nothing real about them. But yeah, it's like a thing, you know, like Jon Stewart, like when he's on camera is like one thing, and then when he's, you know, back at the break room, it's turned off a little bit. You don't have to like be entertaining or whatever. You don't have to keep the conversation going. But I don't know, Candace just doesn't really come off as a real person.
His brother calls him back and they stay on the phone for 10 minutes. I did not get this from everybody speaking about this Mikey McCoy call log. I know that you guys did not get this. I did not get this. I don't know why she was disappeared from this. Like you could go, look, the wife wants privacy. No, she was like, you know, main stage at the memorial, has been, you know, I would say very involved in a lot of this kind of, you know, like I think it's very close that she's close with Erica. They went on the vacation together. So I don't.
She seems she seems so much less confident, like the wind has been taken out of her sails, and she seems like, I don't know, shocked maybe in a way that something has knocked her for 6. Now she's trying to act normal. Yeah, like she's making this video under duress. So no one knows anything weird's happening, like they kidnapped her kids.
Hearing act. I found that to be like, okay, but they were forthcoming with it. That feels good. That feels good, guys. Like, wow, we don't have to guess. Now we have solid answers. And like I said, when you come out and give solid answers and you're not weird and calling people.
Okay, so we're backing off on Erica. That's what this whole thing is. This sucks, dude.
People names and saying all this stuff, it allows people to go, okay, I feel a bit more like we can trust this process because we have communication.
How is she not coming out of this meeting going, I talked to this lizard person for 5 hours, bro? She is fake as fuck. There's no way you can talk to her for 5 hours and not be like, what the fuck?
That's the reality. And so I wanted to update you with that. Also, another thing that really, I think, surprised them and I think surprised me is getting back to this Hamptons retreat. The thing about the Hamptons retreat, and I communicated this with them, that makes me...
What is this? Dude, this sucks. This sucks.
So uncomfortable is how many little lies were told. I think I've been clear about that. Like Seth Dillon definitively pressed Charlie at this event, whether it was in a hypothetical, which it was in a hypothetical, but he got fired up in the hypothetical of Charlie discussing potentially...
Why did she ask about the Shabbat Shalom thing? Why are you saying that? Did he really do that? This fucking sucks.
Doing something against Bibi Netanyahu, it did lead to this firecracker moment. Again, this is one of those things where I go, why am I always being held out to dry, like hung out to dry for telling people the truth? Especially when I wasn't going, oh, well, Seth Dillon killed Charlie Kirk. I just, like, this happened. It factually happened, and yet everybody's kind of putting out these weirds.
Yeah, they're like making Erica apologia. Like leave Erica alone videos. That is what the CBS thing was. That's to get middle America moms to all leave Erica alone.
Statements, and they're not being honest in them. And I was saying to them, that made me feel really weird. And I would love to know more about this Bibi Netanyahu offer to fund Turning Point to the next level.
She said stop, and Candace is retracting like a bitch. Exactly, dude. Chump.
At which point Erica said she was not aware of that happening. It is obviously totally possible that that was kept in the business lane of Turning Point USA. But I'm certain, I said, I am absolutely certain that I did not get this from an obscure source that Bibi offered to fund Turning Point to the next level. And it was part of my frustration with that sit down with Alex Clark, where Andrew said, oh, there was not $150 million that's made up. You know, I told them, Andrew Kovac was my source. Andrew Kovac told me verbatim that Bibi Netanyahu offered to take Turning Point to the next level and that Charlie turned that money down. So I said, there's a bit of a predicament when I'm being like lambasted by all of these voices and people that are attacking me and these paid campaigns. And when I say paid, yes, okay, actually have the names of people. Different ways they're being paid. Some are being paid by PR firms. Too many are being paid by Prager University, which is upsetting to me because I know Marissa and it's just dirty. But
do we have to watch, or can we just know it's all hollow and fake and vroom vroom away? We're gonna vroom vroom away in a minute. I can't do it much longer. I didn't think it would be this bad, bro. This is Candace.
It's especially crazy when people are calling it a conspiracy when I share things that are told to me from the spokesperson of Turning Point USA. Okay, that's weird. And yes, they were forthcoming. And nobody's ever denied this. So this was not on our list of lies about the fact that Bibi Netanyahu did call him. Okay, that did happen. Bibi shared that, by the way. Our source for that could have just as well been Bibi Netanyahu. And not a lot of clarity on, I don't know, why some people think he didn't make this offer and why definitively 3 different...
Yeah, exactly. It's like, this is like what the controlled opposition does. It's very well orchestrated. I guarantee this was the plan from the jump. Candace was tasked with peddling the theories to gain everyone's trust, and then she would gaslight everyone into backing off. This is exactly how the, like, alternative controlled opposition works. They corral everyone, and they push them further right, and then they put the brakes on. This is cuck shit. It's no different than all the controlled opposition. This is even exactly what they're doing, what they did with, like, music. I mean, what they do with music, right? It's just about corralling everyone into pens and making sure that they don't break away. They don't hear any crazy ideas. It's pro wrestling, yeah.
Sources who would have knowledge of this confirmed to me that Bibi Netanyahu did indeed make this offer. I never said $150 million ever, not once on the show. I wouldn't have even said that, by the way. If you said take Turning Point to the next level, I actually would have assumed it was more, if I'm being honest. That's a hefty offer, and it leads to a lot of questions. So there was not a lot of clarity there. Lastly,
all right, slowed it down. Calm down, everyone.
In this meeting when people on live were another round of debunking the Egyptian planes. I want to be very clear.
Bro, who fucking cares about these planes?
Discussed the Egyptian planes, and I have since worked on an incredible document about the Egyptian
The way she calls him BB makes me feel like she's friends with him. I know, dude.
planes, which we are going to put up on our website, because I realized that when we shared that spreadsheet, people assumed that
no, it was only 1 1/4 X.
One of the columns, which was actually saying where the planes landed on that day, because it was plus or minus 3 days, was exactly where Erica had been on that day, and that was inaccurate. And so for clarity, I had been working on the last week on turning it into an interactive timeline that we can put up on our website, because I'm certain
I put Candace on some fucking Quaaludes.
That these Egyptian planes are incredibly shady, and that
this is what it sounds like going out drinking with Candace.
Are in fact tracking Turning Point USA faith broader events. Of course, Erica was at some of them, Charlie was at some of them. But it is the pattern here is undeniable. So let the naysayers and people make videos trying to what are we, fifth round debunk these planes.
Yeah.
I also want to say
slosh around a glass of wine.
that I feel very confident that I know why these planes have caused such panic, and it is because
this is helping me, actually.
There is overwhelming evidence that these planes regularly fly in and out of Israel. And I'm going to present that evidence tomorrow. I say that strongly. This is I feel very confident saying these Egyptian planes are flying in and out. And notice I'm saying planes because once I was able to connect people that were on those planes onto other Egyptian planes, I was able to realize that these planes are...
Okay. This sucks. Candace, you let us down, girl. What is this? They got her. It's over, boys. Pack it up. Pack it the flip up. Is there any Candace videos? Oh.
I think it's official now, after watching today's episode, for me to come down to two rational conclusions with the way this one is behaving. Where I'm really at with this, and I don't even care if this sounds crazy, conspiracy, whatever. Either this woman was paid off in some...
Yeah, you love the Quaalude scene? Thank you, Gabriel. At least someone appreciates it, unlike Ray.
sort of degree, or her kids were threatened. That's it. That's the only reason I have for the explanation of whatever was going on in today's episode. From the constant, and I mean constant darting of eyes left and right, to not really explaining or expanding on anything that Erica actually said to you, or even like...
I know, she didn't even say, like, Erica said this. Excuse me, 4.2.
Most detail she went into was the call logs, and I feel like I honestly get the notion that a lot of this episode she was kind of rambling on.
Yeah, I never expect to get anything other than being let down by these cucks anymore. But Candace, honestly, Candace should do better, man. She's one of our fave feds. She's one of our most cutthroat feds. You know who she is? She's like what's her face from Westworld? The like cutthroat exec who's like kind of sweet to her son, Charlie or whatever, back home. What's her name? Fake Dolores? Hail Loris. She's like a wicked witch at work, but I bet she's real sweet to her kid, you know?
On about stuff that she knows is not...
It's like Charlie. Like, I can see their at work persona, and I can see that they drop it, you know?
Truly.
It's too bad that them being cucks, though, affects all of our lives.
Truly the crux of what we care about, like the public. I know this was only the first day after the meeting and everything, and they probably went over a lot in 4.5 hours, but still, the structure of the episode was nowhere to be found, all over the place, rambling on and on without giving any sort of concrete explanation. And I can't even give you a synopsis as to what this episode is really about, to be honest. And the only time where she was actually really emphatic, like her normal nature, like she's been throughout this entire investigation about Charlie Kirk, was when she was addressing Tim Pool. She didn't waver once in that whole thing. And like I said in my last two videos today, I actually still am of the belief that she...
Yeah, I was going to call stream tonight, I am Andy Dick, but I didn't want to razz up Aaron Damus. I like Aaron. I'm just happy to be part of Aaron Damus's fucking mythology. I think it's fun. And hey, everybody, no one's above question, so... I just honestly, Andy Dick hurts me. Like that... I feel like I haven't done anything to Aaron Damus to warrant that, but whatever. It's funny, at least. It's okay. I know, maybe tomorrow we'll name stream I am Andy Dick. Yeah, Andy Dick was in Half Baked. I mean, he's sometimes funny, but he's also just a big loser.
Was not like paid off as in like...
Do I talk like Andy Dick? I hope not, dude.
Silenced, but I believe that a deal of some sort was...
Andy Dick is Paul's son? God damn it. Yeah, that's true. Honestly, I really still feel like that's how the story ends. Paul's like, I swapped your mother's real son. And I put one of my clone children in the care. And you're my son. No! Actually, I would be like, yes! I knew it!
Made, because the entire approach was giving all together, all around way.
And I don't think I look anything like my dad, so I look just like my mom and Paul.
Too trusting in Erica Kirk and way too trusting in TPUSA altogether, and kind of a lot of it.
And I'm taller than literally everyone in my family by like inches, bro. My brother's short. My dad is short. But I am like halfway between Paul and my mom. Mom, you've got some splaining to do. Mom, have you ever seen... Maybe this is why my mom refuses to see Paul Wysopal as Timothy McVeigh. Because she knows the truth too. Because she knows that he's my dad. Mother... I'm gonna be pissed. I'm gonna be pissed when I find this out. CatDad is a tall guy flexing on us. Yeah, dude. True. Flexing on my family for sure. They're all shorties. His mom found Corey in a basket in the creek when he was a newborn. Like Prince of Egypt. Oh.
Taking their word for it just because they said so, and then announcing it as like, okay, well, we got clear answers about this, they were forthright about this. People can say anything. Like, I'm sorry, is it beyond me? I don't know if this sounds ignorant, but is it beyond me to feel like people can kind of just like fudge and make up call logs? I don't know. Is that possible? Like, I feel like bad people.
Oh, fuck. I'm 6'1".
I think it's official now after watching then forge some phone logs for some irrelevant McCoy person. But like, I actually, the way that was scrutinized, I don't have too much doubt in that aspect, but still about the Egyptian.
Yeah. If you ask Officer Mendez, he'd say I'm tall like a basketball player. No, I'm not that tall. I wish. I'm not
planes.
I'm definitely not Paul tall. I wish I was daddy. I wish I was as tall as my dad, Paul. Oh no, we're becoming the meme. Fuck.
No type of clarity there. How did Erica react? What was her feelings? What did she say? It was very, very, very surface level and frustrating, and she knows that's not what we wanted. But something really noteworthy that I picked up on that was actually really, really bad, in my opinion, with the way that she expressed herself in this episode, was how she was basically speaking about her supporters or viewers the same way that she would describe her own attackers speaking about her. Every single time somebody had said something that disagreed with what she was saying or was a bit skeptical of what she was saying or about the meeting in general, she would then automatically just dismiss them as a bot. The same way that she would say other people would dismiss her as an anti-Semite or a bigot or a whatever. That's exactly what you're now doing, and it rings very false and weird and fake and gay. I was going through the live chat because I was literally on the stationary bike at the gym watching this, like reading the comments, everything, and all of my frustration was fueling my cardio, so at least I'm thankful for that. But everybody was also collectively of the hive mind, and don't get me wrong, I obviously believe there were some bots. By the way, over 300K concurrent viewers, mind you. Like, look at the bottom corner. Literally.
That's what it's about, dude. It's about keeping this. This is literally WWE meets Days of Our Lives.
315K at the time. But I just felt like that whole approach of hers was extremely unbecoming. And I almost want to use the word...
Face slider with Paul and Corey. I've done my face side by side with them. Here, let's do it. Here. Uh-oh. It's broken. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Come on. I do have a big-ass chin I've noticed since we started doing all this. It makes me feel self-conscious that I'm Paul's son. I don't know. My dad definitely... We've always said that I'm the mailman's kid. But what if the mailman was actually an FBI agent named Paul Weisopel? Okay, here we go. Here we go. Come on, cooperate. Freeze! Hands on your knees. Hands on your knees. Oh, here we go. Let's go to this one. What do you guys... You see it, Nikki? Fuck. Oh, Tim and Paul kissing. Oh, I think I gotta put it in here. Hold on. Yeah, that's important. Here we go, boys. Whoa, whoa. Dude, my computer is fucked today. What's going on? Paul hacked into the mainframe. Okay, hold on. Oh, wait. What do you guys think? Do you guys see it? That might be your dad. Well, Papa, I sent you your first Christmas present. I hope you really like it. I love you, Papa. That's your dad, dude. Fuck. Mom, I'm pissed. Bro, this is why everyone was gaslighting me about Paul's, because he's literally my dad. How eyes completely different. All right, thanks, Ryan. Dude, well, maybe. How funny will this be? I can't wait. Paul, I need to do a DNA test with you, brother. I mean, father. This is why he won't call me back, is because he's my dad. Papa? Holy shit, man. We always knew it was coming to this. What were we doing?
came across as she was naive coming out of the meeting. But again, I do also know and believe that Candace is very smart. And I feel like she also said, she does know a lot of stuff that we don't know that she hasn't revealed. So I'm only hoping and praying that like going forward, she does actually start to show some of this and tell us some of this. Because the same way she's like, there are mommy sleuths all over the world, we're all working in this together. Maybe somebody out there might take that tip that you say and then go find out information and then report back to you. Like, which is how you've gotten so
What a twist of fate. I know, dude. That's what I'm saying. I've always said that this has felt like destiny. Like, dude, it's literally, what if Paul's my dad? How funny would that be? God, that would be an incredible story. Papa, call me. Should I change his... I'm going to change his name to Papa Weisopel in my phone.
So much information like about the Egyptian planes in the first place. And even from the bit that she did say about Erica, about how Erica did cop to her lies, and she did say that she believes this narrative that the Fed is handing out. Why didn't you press her more on that? And if you did, why didn't you let us know?
Paul just went around America and made everyone taller than their siblings.
I feel like Candace is smart enough and tapped in enough to know exactly what we care about and what we came here to know. 300K plus people didn't show up.
Bro, and it's also why they tracked me forever. It's because they knew my dad. This is making everything make sense, dude. Oh, man. Well, I would say that Paul just switched me like the stork, like at, you know, at the hospital. But I look way too much like my mom to, like, my mom must have, honestly, my mom must have had an affair with Paul. There's no way out of this, Mom. This is crazy, bro. You're hearing it here first, boys. Breaking news. Paul is my dad. Yeah, come on the show, Papa. Tell us about Kash Patel.
For no reason to listen to you. And it honestly kind of came across like she was making fun of her fans, I'm going to be honest, in some ways, because saying like, you guys...
Yeah, I am in a quantum entanglement with Paul. I swear to God, at the end of this, Paul is coming on the show. I do know... I've felt Paul's vibe from Nevada, wherever he's living, you know? Oh, I can't bang Mildred either now because she's my grandma. Fuck! Corey Weisopel flows so good. That's gonna be one of my new alter egos. Oh my God! The next time that I lose my TikTok account, I'm coming back as Corey Weisopel.
They're crazy. I get the fan fiction stuff. Those aren't fans, but like people who are doing, well, technically fans in a different way, but people who actually like and support her genuinely.
Oh no, Skitter. We got a new Skitter meme. This fucking picture you used to. Oh man. No. That's too good.
It kind of felt like you were lumping everybody who just spoke about you and spoke about the meeting and speculated publicly all in the same box and just lumped us all as kind of losers in your mind. Candace, I'm really holding out hope, okay? But like I already told you about that fake and gay video yesterday. Don't ever do that again. I'm glad that you did call out that it was weird that they live streamed on TPUSA even though they had a ceasefire, because I even said that was very strange. And even that should be something that rang alarm bells to you, and it just seemed like you laughed it off, like you're like, oh, like it was violated, the ceasefire was violated, like it's a joke. But the thing is, what's so funny? Because I don't remember laughing. I don't think any of us were laughing. I think all of us were straight-faced and annoyed during this episode. So tomorrow, we just can't have this again. Anyway, I'm just like, I don't know. I'm just kind of frustrated. This is why I at least always say you do not follow people, you follow Jesus. Even though Candace is a Christ follower and she is a very avid and proud Christian, people are human. People are gonna make mistakes, gonna make bad. is gonna falter, gonna be wrong sometimes. The same way that people idolize Charlie Kirk and idolize Candace, idolize all of these people, but they're still people. Just because they did good, I don't even think Charlie Kirk is a martyr or anywhere close to that. I think he was somebody who was very, very bold in standing up for his faith and his beliefs. And
okay, anyway. We owe Charlie Kirk an apology. We were like, how dare you say women should stay at home? But now that we've seen a lot of Erica, it's like, oh, okay, I still don't agree, but I do get where you're coming from. Yeah, dude, Erica Kirk fatigue is real. We are Charlie Kirk. We carry the flame. Oh, man. What a wild world, right? You guys want a little seconds of horror? Oh, new minutes of horror. Yeah, let's do it.
We are going to be looking at
palate cleanser. Actually, wait. We got to wet our whistle first. Oh, and there's a new Y-Files. When does John Levi usually post his videos? Hey, do you know where your kids are? They're at the Cosmic Ripple. Here we go, boys. Oh my goodness, are these new? Let's take a look-see at this. Celestial Mind Gate, Organite Pyramid with Labradorite, Apex Obsidian points, Lapis Lazuli, and Copper Coil for consciousness expansion. Oh my goodness. Look, Skitter was blessed with a little beautiful day to go out back and shoot some photography. The little Lazy Susan does not come with it. The hand does not come with it. But you do get the pyramid. Oh my goodness, the shelf does not come with it. God damn, that's pretty. Look, what it looks like there's radiant energy flowing off of this. Oh my gosh, the palm is not included with the pyramid. Alright, boys. Thank you for your support at the Cosmic Ripple Dipple Doo. That one is legit super pretty. Agreed.
videos, strange.
Oh, freaking greed. Just like the handcrafter who made it. Alright, boys, here we go. Minutes of Horror, palette cleanser. No more Erica. Well, we didn't even find out anything about Erica. No more Candace. No more Clandis. No more clandestine Owens meetings.
News stories, and as always, let's go and get right into today's video. We definitely have quite a few things to talk about today. For example,
this poor guy, dude. What are they doing to this man? Do you guys ever just feel bad for Kash Patel sometimes? They fucking took this boy's root chakra hard.
Kash Patel does
He's
something
been puckered ever since, bro.
Weird at a very strange time, and demon face syndrome was in the news about 2 months ago for a very interesting reason. But before we go ahead and talk about any of that, I do want to go ahead and talk about this. So as most of us already know by now, there have been some horrible floods impacting multiple states across the United States, mainly Montana, Oregon, and Washington. These floods show just how bad the United States infrastructure happens to be. Matter of fact, reading this article from MontanaRightNow.com, which was published on December 13th, flooding takes out 9 bridges. That is right, 9 bridges were destroyed or damaged beyond use in Montana. resulting in 40-mile detour, says the governor's office. Now, at first, emergency managers, they were like, we're not aware of any lost structures, no bridges are collapsing. That was until the public started sending video footage in, and then emergency managers were like, oh, you mean those bridges? So like it says, with all of these bridges down, people in certain locations.
Yeah, Kash Patel legit always looks horrified, like he's being tormented by demons or something.
They had to drive 40 miles to the only exit out of these towns to escape these floods. When it comes to the situation over in Washington, they wanted over 100,000 people to evacuate. Entire neighborhoods are underwater. All this rain keeps coming in, all this water keeps coming in, and on top of everything else, the two levees in a span of hours both gave way, ushering in more water. One of the levees that broke is the levee that holds the White River, so it is just a chaotic scene in Washington, and more people are having to evacuate.
Just south of Seattle, a levee failure along the White River, flooding entire neighborhoods, forcing the immediate evacuation of hundreds of people yesterday in Pacific Washington. You can see water completely surrounding homes and nearly reaching the roofs of cars. It's a second levee along two different rivers in the state that broke in the last 48 hours. State officials say a 33-year-old man died in hard-hit Snohomish County.
33, 33, 33, 33, 33, 33. Yes, Satan our Lord. 33 numbers represent the devil within me. Ah, the AI Lord of Saturn. He's controlling our brains. God, we love 33, dude. It's so cool.
After he drove past road closed signs into 6-foot deep water.
It is always 33. The number 33 has to appear somewhere. I wasn't even looking for it. The only individual, thankfully, to pass away in these floods could have been a lot more, but the only individual just happens to be 33 years old. The calling card appears in a news story where people are getting hit hard by floods they have never seen before.
Others had to be rescued from fast rising floodwaters, including this man who climbed on the top of his car when he got stuck Monday night. The historic flooding has washed away parts of Highway 2, connecting the Seattle area to the Cascade Mountains.
This is
Yo,
just
get the fuck
crazy.
away from that thing, bro.
This is wild.
I'm not chilling there, dog.
Oh my god.
Get the fuck away from that, bro. What are you doing? Get the fuck out
You
of
also
there.
have to remember, too, there is a lot of farmland out in these states, and I just find it very interesting. These news articles were coming out right before. For example, this one from CNBC. These 10 U.S. states are best positioned with electricity to power AI data center boom. And I just find it very odd that 2 of the states in the top 3 are currently being impacted by historic floods. And this goes on to say, with a wealth of inexpensive, reliable electricity, these states are the best equipped to power the AI revolution and everything else, with Washington coming in at number 1. I also found this very eerie article right here where it says, Washington's hydropower has created a data center boom. Some are concerned about its future. And it talks about how Washington is becoming a digital revolution, but it also says, but there's a cost. Data centers have significant power and water demands that can stress small towns, and they employ fewer people than the factories of the past. As they race toward a future that's difficult to predict, communities across the country are weighing the cost and benefits of becoming a data center town, which can vary depending on the resources and character of each place. For these AIs that are getting more powerful, these data centers are never enough. They always need more land, resources, and power. So it's very easy to connect some dots here. Now, while we don't know the extent of the damages to the farmland in Montana, the situation in Washington is very, very severe. Entire ranches are underwater. Take a look at this video clip right here.
Yikes.
Earlier this week, the Snoqualmie River crested above 60 feet, turning the entire valley into what people here described as a lake. In Carnation, that meant roads disappearing and farms going completely underwater.
I'm 80 years old and been here farming 60 years, and this is the biggest flood I've ever seen.
That was the case for a family-owned strawberry farm off State Route 203.
Yay, now Google can move in and take everybody's house.
Looky here what I found. It's like all this weather is radiating from this one point in Washington. I mean, it's actually crazy. And of course, all the anomalies, right?
That video came from Moon Henry. So
we fucking love Moon Henry, boys.
In this video, I want to go ahead and talk about two movies, They Live and Idiocracy, because I feel like these two movies are more documentaries than they are fiction. I want to talk about They Live because news has come out about demon face syndrome that I want to talk about. But before I get into that, I want to talk about living in Idiocracy and Idiocracy World. But during a time where the FBI is getting a lot of backlash, not just for how they handled the whole Jeffrey situation, but how they're also handling the Brown University situation, where there was a shooting where 2 people had passed away and 9 others were injured. They're having a very hard time getting the suspect. Matter of fact, there's been very limited photos and videos of the suspect. During a time we have all this surveillance, we have Brown University with over 800 cameras themselves. Rhode Island itself is just covered with flock cameras. This is the only video they have that may not be of the suspect. Very weird. That alone is very suspicious. Then they go ahead and tell us that they were able to track down a person of interest using geolocation and other tactics, but come to find out the person they tracked down had no involvement whatsoever. So it's a very bad time for the FBI. And the last thing the public wants to see is the FBI director, the head of the FBI, and his quote-unquote girlfriend giving an interview with Katie Miller, the wife of Stephen Miller, about their relationship and debunking rumors. This is how far we have come in this idiocracy society. Now, to be fair, she did say in this video, before the video starts, that the interview was taped before what happened at Brown University, but we really don't know if that's the truth or not. We really don't know, but we have to take her word for it. But even if that's the case, this is still very bad timing to release something like this.
Where's her ring?
It's definitely coming, so I wouldn't worry about it.
Do you think certain attacks on you or your relationship affect your work?
This nonsense about, oh, you're taking a private jet. We're taking the FBI plane because Congress 20 years ago said FBI directors are not allowed to take commercial air travel, ever.
So I just want to clarify, you're not Jewish. I'm not. You are not from Israel. No. So how did we get to, are you a Mossad agent?
You know, that's a great question.
Bro.
Or 2.
Wait, did you see the fucking chin on her?
You're not Jewish.
Holy fuck. Yo! Brother. That's a biggin', dude. Fucking A. Is that a Habsburg? We got a Habsburg in the midst. Dude, Cash looks terrified of his girlfriend. Zoinks!
I'm not. You are not from Israel.
Dude, where did Cash's neck go?
No. So how did we get to, are you a Mossad agent?
You know, that's a great question.
Or two, some people say you're actually a Mossad agent sitting in front of me and you were Charlie's handler.
This really gives off that type of energy. The whole thing is just really strange.
Just to clarify, how often has he traveled to see you since January?
What are we looking at? We're looking at Kash Patel's girlfriend's chin, bro. It's like a Habsburg chinner. That's an incest chin.
20th.
Look at this fucking thing, bro. Holy shit. Yo. Chin maxing. Boys, we're chin maxing. My 2026 resolution is to fucking chin max on all you bitches. I'm going chin crazy in 2026. Ooh.
Oh gosh. I think with Nashville. I've been to Nashville like.
Yeah, I've been to her house a couple
She
times.
looks like a wee character.
Family for the holidays and birthdays. I've seen her perform this year, I think 3 times.
Yeah. So you would say less than an average long distance relationship.
Yeah.
Just to clarify.
Yes.
So how often are you coming here?
I'm here honestly as much as I can be. If I'm not working in Nashville, if I'm not on the road somewhere, I'll come here because it makes the most sense.
So does a 75-25 distribution here of you traveling versus him?
She travels more. Yeah, she travels more.
75% Alexis, 25% Cash. She's doing the majority of the work in this relationship right now.
I mean, yeah, she's doing the majority of work in this relationship almost all the time.
No, we make it work. We make it work.
Very strange stuff.
Almost all the time. He never sees her.
Right? I mean, there was a time where I did not know who the FBI director was of the country. I had to look him up under Biden, who is Christopher Wray. But now we have...
Fuck Christopher Wray. He's a big idiot.
FBI directors doing podcasts with their girlfriends, debunking whether or not she's a Mossad agent.
It's literally crazy, dude. What a goof this all is.
Like she's really going to admit that, and when they're going to get married during a time where we have this very horrible fumbled incident in Rhode Island that they're getting a lot of backlash on. And again, I get it. She says that this interview was conducted prior to what happened, but the timing of this makes it look like we live in idiocracy. Doesn't look like we are, let's be honest. But moving on from idiocracy to they live,
Oh no, demon face syndrome again. Am I fucking blurry, boys? What's going on?
I want to go ahead and talk about this. So I found something interesting because I've always been interested in the topic of demon face syndrome, because one day in March back in 2024, just right before the April 8th solar eclipse, all these mainstream news agencies had gone.
Hey boys, 72 boys in the chat. You can like the stream if you like it, but you don't have to if you don't want to, but it helps us, so thanks. Thanks for being here.
Together to remind the public that there was a condition that exists where people will see the faces of demons just randomly out of the blue. And it's like, why? The man they use as an example had this condition supposedly for years. He was studied in 2020, and news and media were silent in 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023. And then all of a sudden, just right before the April 8th solar eclipse, they dropped this news on us. And what I found odd, the faces they use as an example was not the traditional faces one would see when they had demon face syndrome, because if you had demon face syndrome, you would see faces as if they were a Picasso painting. You would see maybe an eye on the forehead, a nose on the chin, and so forth. But the faces they use as an example looked very amphibian. The faces news and media were showing us were very similar.
Fish people.
To the faces from the music video by Soundgarden, Black Hole Sun, and the people in that music video were clearly reptiles. And let us not forget what happened to the lead singer of Soundgarden, but outside of that, it seemed like demon face syndrome just suddenly went away from the news.
That motherfucker back there is not real.
They told us about it, and then poof, it was gone. It's like, what was the purpose of telling us? Were certain individuals going to start losing their form, and the only excuse they could give is that there was an outbreak, a pandemic of demon face syndrome, something impacting the brain. Who really knows? But why am I talking about demon face syndrome today? It happened back in 20.
What about Trump derangement syndrome? Did you guys see that Trump posted something on Truth Social that was like about Rob Reiner? He's like, oh, his kid killed him. Oh, I guess he shouldn't have been suffering from Trump derangement syndrome. Yuck, 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 yuck.
24. Well, look at these interesting news articles that came out just about 2 to 3 months ago. Like this article right here from Discover magazine that was published on September 8th. There is a rare disorder where people see other faces as dragons.
Also, how weird was it when Erica Kirk said that she just wanted to relax with an In-N-Out burger during the Weiss interview? I mean, it's to humanize her because everyone's saying that she's a lizard person. Truly.
If this article isn't gaslighting, I don't know what is, but continue to read the article. It says, in 2011, a 52-year-old woman arrived at a psychiatric clinic in the Netherlands with a rare and peculiar disorder. Within minutes of setting eyes on someone, their face would mysteriously morph into that of a dragon.
Maybe it's because they were mysteriously a dragon.
While the woman was able to recognize faces, according to the study, in just minutes, they turned black, grew long pointy ears, and a protruding
snout. This is just people being able to see entities for what they are, exactly.
And displayed a reptoid skin and huge eyes in bright yellow, green, blue, or red. This wasn't an occasional occurrence. It would happen multiple times a day. Testing for seeing dragons, these distressing distortions were a lifelong affliction, one the patient recalled experiencing in childhood. She remained unfazed by the dragons initially. Only in adolescence did it dawn on her that those around her did not see people as dragons as she did. And I just wonder if you remember the movie They Live, which I believe is more of a documentary than fiction, where an individual needed special glasses to see the truth around him, to see these entities around him. I just wonder if certain people have something going on with their brain that allows them to see past the BS.
E ao mesmo tempo, nós não vamos parar por aí. Já estão encomendados.
This was so creepy.
Já estão encomendados estudos para eliminar. Chega, é muito. Já estão.
Because this news article screams every bit of They Live without the glasses. She had all these tests done, and then when she had an MRI, the MRI scan returned and showed only a few white matter abnormalities. The abnormalities were located near the certain part of the brain, which is associated with cognition and linked to cognitive impairments in schizophrenia. So what they did was they gave her medication, and this medication blocked her brain from seeing people as dragons. It is just such a weird article, and it's like they're telling people, or anybody out there that also can see the faces of reptilians, that come to us, will give you a medication and your brain will then go ahead and block it out because you're just a schizophrenic. Let's also not forget this classic scene in the movie They Live, and if you read the comment section when it comes to the scene, people are saying it aged like fine wine, and it did indeed.
Our projections show that by the year 2025, not only America, but the entire planet will be under the protection and the dominion of this power alliance. The gains have been substantial, both for ourselves and for you, the human power elite.
Humanoids talking to the power elite in a ballroom about 2025. And as of 2025, we've been hearing a lot about a ballroom and aliens. So this movie has clearly aged like fine wine. And a lot of these individuals that we see that are truly in charge, like these tech giants, are anything but human. I mean, literally, Peter Thiel's name is an anagram, letter for letter, for the reptile. But moving on, this happened.
Now learning the Obamas were supposed to meet with the Reiners Sunday night. Former First Lady Michelle Obama was on Jimmy Kimmel Live last night.
Obama killed Rob Reiner. Fucking cuck.
Talked about the family.
Rob and Michelle Reiner are some of the most decent, courageous people you ever want to know. They're not deranged or crazed. What they have always been are passionate people in a time when there's not a lot of courage going on. They were the kind of people who were ready to put their actions behind what they cared about.
So yeah, on the same exact day that Rob Reiner and his wife passed away in a very horrible way, they were scheduled to meet the Obamas. And then a day later, Michelle Obama goes on the Jimmy Kimmel show to talk about the Reiners. This really gives off Tafari Campbell vibes, the Obama chef who also passed away under very mysterious circumstances, drowning in just 2 feet of water, 2 to 3 feet of water, when he was known to be a champion swimmer. And it's kind of interesting that Michelle Obama had spoken about this on Jimmy Kimmel's show, given the fact that the Reiners were found exactly at 33 p.m. or 3:30 p.m. because Jimmy Kimmel, his building is a Freemason building.
So we're here in Hollywood Boulevard. They're going Jimmy Kimmel Live, right? But look at the top of the building. Look what it says. Freemasonry builds its temples among the nations and in the hearts of men. Look at this. This is no other than Hollywood Boulevard. But look, did you?
That's basically saying that Freemasonry doesn't recognize borders, right? And worms its way into everyone's heart without us fucking knowing.
Kimmel Live building is a Freemasonry building. I'm telling y'all, man, Hollywood is filled with Freemasonry, sex trafficking, cults. It's crazy. They made sure to make Jimmy Kimmel Live right here in this building. Y'all know what this means, man. Just like all the rest of these crazy, creepy places. But yeah, I just wanted to show y'all that.
But going back to dragon face syndrome, seeing lizard people and talking about reptoids, let's not forget that this happened on Jimmy Kimmel's show either back in November.
He laid 2 eggs in a week, is what the bright spot was.
Who did?
The boyfriend did. He's a Jew from New Jersey, and I thought possibly it was that, but I haven't met any other Jews from New Jersey who've done that.
Could we rewind for just a moment?
Yeah.
What does that mean, he's laid 2 eggs in a week?
Well, he said, I've laid an egg. And of course, I was like, okay, trying to pull focus on the cancer operation, you know. But it had a shell and a yolk.
An egg came out of his body?
Yes, I'm not out of his mouth or ears. It came out the route that it would come out of a hen.
It came out his egg hole.
Well, not his vagina.
What the fuck is going on? What the shit is happening here? Kate Beckinsale, known for her comedic bits. What the fuck is this?
He went to the bathroom and then was very surprised to find that...
Oh, did like her daughter's boyfriend just goof on her? Is she just the most gullible person ever? He brought an egg to the bathroom and was like, this came out of my pee-pee hole? What is this?
That he had laid an egg. So the first time it happened, he was genuinely scared, and he was like, it's got a full shell, it's got a yolk, and
What?
It's the size of a bird. Well, he
crushed
it. Yes, he crushed it to see what was inside. A yolk was inside. Like a hard-boiled one, too, so it kind of cooked inside him. Okay, well, boyfriend's laid an egg, whatever. And then, a week later, and I get a text going, oh, my God, oh, my God, oh, my God, he's done it again. And now he's really freaking out. His dad came up with this theory very quickly of like, oh, you were probably on the toilet and the window was open and there was a nest outside and an egg went in your head. And I was like, okay, you're very quick with this. You clearly are putting eggs up your son's butt in the night. Are you putting eggs up your bottom? And
You're putting eggs up your son's butt in the night? What is going on?
It's a fair question. Are you putting eggs up your butt?
I think it's quite hard to put an egg up your bottom and then get it out whole without injuring the egg. I mean, I think that's a skill. Yeah. Tell me that's not an egg.
What in the world?
I texted all these doctors that I know, and then they texted everyone they were ever at medical school with. So the whole of America was involved.
And what's the...
Well, someone said, has he had a lychee? And he hadn't. Have you been taking any kind of sleep medications which would involve you perhaps, when you take an...
Dude, they're egg boofing. They're egg boofing and then doing a goofing.
Ambien and then eat the whole fridge. Like, have you taken something
in the middle of the night?
You're just shoving
Eat an egg hole. Yeah. He said no?
No, he hadn't. So
yeah, why would you laid a fucking egg and you squished it? What are you talking about, bro?
It's my favorite thing he's ever done, and I really like him anyway. He laid laid 2 eggs in a week.
Just pushing the message along, and
why won't they show us the eggs?
You might be saying he might be doing this for views and ratings, this segment, but you have to remember he doesn't have to. He's a free people. They will keep him on regardless.
They think we're stupid. And the problem with that is they're right. So I don't know if you heard about what's going on in Australia right now, but check this out. They're doing a first of its kind social media ban for any kids that are under the age of 16.
Nice.
Kids under the age of 16 in Australia are being forced off social media platforms like TikTok and Instagram. Here's the complete list.
Little
Australia's
cuts.
ban for young users went into effect a few hours ago, making it the first country to set a minimum age for the legal access to top popular platforms.
Let's say what you want about this whole thing. That really doesn't matter. I want you to
Minutes of Horror moved on from the egg-laying debacle pretty quickly. Way too quickly for my liking. Sunnyside boofing.
listen to what this guy says about how they're going to detect if somebody's underage or not. Literally saying the quiet part out loud.
The platform's now requesting documents to prove a user's date of birth, or even using AI to scan faces and estimate a person's age. Australian officials say the move could create a domino effect, with other countries following suit.
So through phones, you're going to scan people's faces and estimate what age they are, which essentially means you know where they're at, right? You know, I'm just asking because 37,000 is a pretty wild number. And as far as the domino effect, I'd have to agree with that one because this number, both of these numbers are pretty insane. So instead of taking kids' social media, maybe you should work on that. Y'all stay safe.
That video came from Chaotic Concept, and what's currently happening in Australia is going to happen all over the world. It currently is. They are saying they're doing this for our child's best interest, but it's all about collecting data and control.
Inside the FBI file of John Denver. This file is 33 pages long and was declassified in 1990.
To tell you the truth, I never even thought twice about John Denver's plane crash until I made that video a year ago today. And after posting that video, I had a lot of comments saying that I should look into
all these celebrities dying in plane crashes is goofy.
The conspiracy surrounding his death. And I should have put John Denver on my wheel of weird celebrity backgrounds, but I respect him and his music too much.
Dude, there's like a billion. John Denver, Buddy Holly, Leonard Skinner. Who else? There's several others, aren't there?
John Denver, born...
So many politicians dying on planes. Like, if you're a celebrity or a politician, I would never fly. Because the chances of me dying are very high compared to, like, randoms.
John Dutchendorf Jr., which I could see why he changed it, was born December 31st, 1943 in Roswell, New Mexico, where his father was a U.S. Air Force pilot.
Go figure.
4 years prior to the famous Roswell crash. Make of that as you wish. Denver was a huge musician through the 70s and 80s, and then into the 90s he became a political activist, more of an environmental activist. And I think it is very possible that his plane crash was not an accident. John Denver was openly critical about weather modification programs and cloud seeding, also large-scale human interference with natural systems, and also military and corporate experimentation on the environment. He viewed weather modification as ethically dangerous, poorly understood, potentially catastrophic in long-term ecological effects. And I do not think he was wrong on any of those accounts. He testified in front of U.S. congressional committees multiple times throughout the 70s through the 90s. He warned about the unintentional consequences of large-scale environmental manipulation and criticized the arrogance of us thinking we can engineer nature safely. He was also deeply involved in the United Nations Environmental Program, where he criticized humans playing God with the weather. And what's interesting that already in the 70s, the UN was talking about environmental modification as a weapon. And they spoke about it at the INMOD convention in 1977. Weather modification has never been a fringe subject. Well, to the rest of the world. It was officially acknowledged and regulated internationally.
It happened.
And his death in 97 came right when he was re-engaging in these conversations. He was also speaking more bluntly because he didn't have the restraint of being in the industry anymore. And what's interesting, after his death, there were a few things that were really never mentioned again. His environmental activism and any opposition to weather modification. I had never heard of it
Oh my God.
until I decided to look into it.
Look at it. Show us. Oh, I think it just drooled. It's gonna dry out. Oh, Mooshka. Put that thing away. This is crazy. I can't believe she's doing this on live. Oh! Look at it. Buddha. Buddha bear. Guys, you gotta let me know if she's gotta go to the hospital. Hey. Oh, bro. Oh no. She's so cute. Booshka bear, come back over here. You're so cute. Oh my God. Bro, what am I gonna do? I gotta call the police. She's purring like crazy though. No. Oh my gosh. Ew, it's so wet. It's gonna dry out though. Sun's out, tongue's out. Sun's down, tongue's out. Okay, we'll leave her be. Let me clean these eyes. Oh, she's so cute. All right. Good job, Squirtle Bear. All right, I don't... Ew, there's drool everywhere, dude. Fuck. There's drool literally on my mouse. No wonder my mouse is all fucked up all the time. Yuck. 12-minute warning.
Being brought up in the 90s, he was just portrayed as a peaceful folk singer. And there's a lot of weirdness surrounding the crash that I'm not going to get into today. Was the crash just an accident or something more sinister? Also think about all the celebrities that have spoken out and gotten the John Denver treatment.
That video comes from too much of a coincidence, and I did not know that about John Denver, that he was speaking out about certain things about the weather. That
she does it because she's literally like rubbing her face on shit, and it literally just gets stuck, and then she leaves it. She's like biting it.
You pretty much can't talk about today because it's considered a quote-unquote dangerous conspiracy, because we can see right as of right now what's currently going on in the weather in multiple states even before this when it came to certain hurricanes. And the 33 just seals the deal. It's pretty much their chef's kiss. But in any case, thank you so much for watching. If you like this channel and you want to see more, please subscribe. If you're already subscribed, please like, as any engagement does help the channel grow. Once again, thank you so much for your support.
Good video, Dad. Oh.
This episode of the Y-Files is brought to you by Goldbelly. For 1,000 years...
You guys want to watch the fish?
Historians traveled to Egypt to see the famous labyrinth of Hawara. They said it was so massive, it made the pyramids look small. It covered 3 million square feet, 70 acres of rooms and corridors stacked on multiple levels. The Egyptian priests allowed visitors on the upper floors, but the chambers below ground were off limits. They claim those rooms belonged to the kings who built the labyrinth. Archaeologists say the labyrinth is a myth, but new technology proves it's still down there. And if the priests were telling the truth, the Egyptians didn't build it, they found it.
How do you like yours, Clark?
Oh, medium rare, a little pink inside.
Oh, you're fine.
Ewing!
Are you bleeding?
What? No, it's barbecue sauce. A real skin juice.
Erica's pie caking to twist perfectly pens and
Files.
studio.
And again.
Hawara sits at the edge of the Fayum Oasis, about 50 miles south of Cairo. Today, it looks like a pile of rubble in the shadow of the crumbling Black Pyramid. But 4,000 years ago, this place was alive. And right in the middle of it was a building that made the pyramids look like toys, the labyrinth. Historians wrote about it for 600 years. Different eras, different languages, different cultures, but they all described the same thing. Herodotus was there around 450 BC. The priests who ran the complex acted as his guides. They walked him through the upper structure. He saw thousands of rooms connected by winding passages. He described it as intricate and confusing, a massive structure designed to overwhelm the senses.
Yeah, so it was an IKEA.
No, it was a sacred administrative and religious center, not a furniture store.
I don't know, thousands of rooms, no way out, people wandering around crying. Throw in some Swedish meatballs and that's IKEA.
Herodotus said the construction was beyond human ability.
I saw it myself, and I found it greater than words can say. For if one should put together all the buildings and great works produced by the Greeks, they would prove to be inferior to this labyrinth. The labyrinth surpasses even the pyramids.
The upper floor alone was massive, and around the maze of rooms were 12 enormous chambers called courts. Each represented one of Egypt's regional governments. And the upper structure was only a small part of the complex. The priest told Herodotus about the underground chambers, but refused to show him. Only priests went below. They said the lower levels held the burial vaults of sacred crocodiles.
Dude, AJ definitely is using self-tanner. It's the winter months. Give him a break. Where is he, in Long Island?
Mummified, wrapped in linen, with bronze teeth and eyes made of jewels.
Yeah, great. Now the lizard people got bling.
Or they put a bunch of bronzer shit on him in HMU chair.
There are two kinds of chambers, one below the ground and the other above. 3,000 in number, but the chambers underground we heard about only, for the Egyptians were not willing to show them, saying that here were the kings who first built this labyrinth, and of the sacred crocodiles.
Crocodiles?
Thousands of rooms above and below. That distinction matters. Amenemhat III is linked to the labyrinth around 1800 BC, but the priests implied the original builders came earlier, much earlier. 4 centuries after Herodotus, Roman geographer Strabo wrote that the labyrinth was still there and was still in use. Strabo was just as stunned as Herodotus, but one feature stood out.
No stranger can find his way in or out without a guide. But the most marvelous thing is that the roof is made of a single stone with no wood or other material involved.
Strabo saw a roof made of massive stone slabs. No wood, no beams, just millions of tons of rock floating over their heads. Over 100 years later, the labyrinth was still there. Historian Diodorus Siculus wrote about it. So did Pliny the Elder. Everyone knows the legend of the Minotaur, Theseus, and the labyrinth. It's the most famous maze in history. Pliny the Elder said the famous Greek labyrinth was just a cheap copy.
There is no doubt that Daedalus adopted it as the model for the labyrinth built by him in Crete, but that he reproduced only 100th part of it.
Herodotus, Strabo, Pliny, Diodorus Siculus, all kinds of historians describe the same thing. Multiple levels, thousands of rooms, an impossible maze, architecture and construction far beyond anything humans are capable of. And there's another detail every historian agrees on. Nobody is allowed to enter the lower chambers. And for 2,000 years, nobody did. Eventually, the labyrinth was looted and quarried for stone. Archaeologists said there's nothing left of the Hawara Labyrinth but rubble and sand, if it existed at all. Boy, were they wrong. In 1888, the world's most famous archaeologist arrived at Hawara. Sir William Matthew Flinders Petrie was more than an academic. He was an explorer. He lived in rock tombs, he fought off bandits, and invented the methods archaeologists still use. He came to Hawara to find the tomb of Amenemhat III. What he found was a death trap. The pyramid was designed to kill anyone who entered it. Petrie spent months digging into the rock, trying to find an entrance, but every tunnel was a dead end. He realized the pyramid wasn't solid stone. It was mud brick held together by loose sand, and it was unstable. As he dug, the tunnel kept collapsing. Sand poured in like water. At one point, he was crawling through a narrow passage. Suddenly, his shoulders jammed against the stone. He tried to move. He was stuck.
Nope. I'm having a panic attack just listening to this.
Petrie was pinned in a stone coffin.
4
He had
minutes.
millions of tons of brick, sand, and mud pressing down on him. He tried to call for help, but he couldn't breathe. Then his candle went out. But this was Flinders Petrie. He didn't panic, he just waited. Eventually, a worker behind him realized something was wrong and tossed a lit match down the tunnel. That brief flash gave Petrie the orientation he needed to twist free. But he didn't quit. He lit another candle and went back in. He tried the north side first, but found nothing. So he took a chance and tunneled south. And after just a few feet, he found an entrance. And not just a hole, he found a door with steps leading down under the pyramid. But now he had a new problem. Hawara sits on a canal just off the Nile. Centuries of irrigation raised the water table. The steps disappeared under salty, filthy water. Petrie went in anyway. He crawled through the slime, darkness, and swarms of rats. When he finally broke into the inner passages, the water was chest deep. He found sliding trap doors and false passages. He found massive stones hanging from the ceiling, rigged to drop on intruders. Please don't. You're ruining the tension. Petrie disarmed the traps one by one. When he
Wait, Trump's on TV blabbing about shit? What's he talking about?
All jobs have been in the private sector rather than government, which is the only way to make a country powerful and great. This historic trend will continue. Already, I've secured a record-breaking $18 trillion of
people keep commenting, pedophile in chief.
Jobs, wage increases, growth, factory openings, and far greater national security. Much of this success has been accomplished by tariffs. My favorite word, tariffs, which for many decades have been used successfully by other countries against us, but not anymore. Companies know that if they build in America, there are no tariffs, and that's why they're coming home to the USA in record numbers. They're building factories and plants at levels we haven't seen. AI, automobiles, we're doing what nobody thought was even possible, not even remotely possible. There has never, frankly, been anything like it. 1 year ago, our country was dead. We were absolutely dead. Our country was ready to fail.
I feel like they spiced him the fuck up for this one. They got
anywhere in the world.
We're the
and that's
hottest
said by every single leader that I've spoken to over the last 5 months.
He said, we're the hottest
country. Next year, you will also see the results of the largest tax cuts in American history that were really accomplished through our great, big, beautiful bill, perhaps the most sweeping legislation ever.
Bro, I think they hit him with like a fucking heavy amphetamine shot.
That includes no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on social
Wait, you're finally going to get to that? I thought that was a day oneer.
Under these cuts, many families will be saving
Happy 9/11!
$11,000
Celebrate with your president.
$20,000 a year. And next spring is projected to be the largest tax refund season of all time. Because of tariffs, along with the just passed One Big Beautiful Bill, tonight I am also proud to announce that more than 1,450,000, think of this, 1,450,000 450,000 military service members will receive a special.
He's fucking. Why is he yelling, dude?
Before Christmas.
Who's he yelling at?
Dividend in honor of our nation's founding in 1776. We are sending every soldier $1,776. Think of that, and the checks are already on the way. Nobody understood that.
Repent, Kathy Sanders, you infidel.
We made a lot more money than anybody thought because of tariffs, and the bill helped us along. Nobody deserves it more than our military, and I say congratulations to everybody. And by the way, we now have record enlistment.
Wait, we're going to get a tariffs check?
Last year, we had among the worst recruitment numbers in our military's history. What a difference a year makes. In addition, I'm doing what no politician of either party has ever done, standing up to the special interests to dramatically reduce the price of prescription drugs. I negotiated directly with the drug companies and foreign nations, which were taking advantage of our country for many decades, to slash prices on drugs.
Trump is feeling good right now.
400, 500, and even 600%. In other words, your drug costs will be plummeting downward. And I used the threat of tariffs to get foreign countries who would never have done it to pay the cost of this giant dollar reduction. They stopped.
I need another
ripping us
booch.
off,
One sec.
and it began as of 4 days ago. There has never been anything like this in the history of our country. Drugs have only gone up, but now they'll be going down by numbers never conceived possible. It's called Most Favored Nation. And no president has ever had the courage or ability to get this done until now. The first of these unprecedented price reductions will be available starting in January through a new website, TrumpRx.gov. And these big price cuts will greatly reduce the cost of health care. I'm also taking on the gigantic health insurance companies that have gotten rich on billions of dollars of money that should go directly to the people. The money should go to the people. That's you. So they can buy their own health insurance, which will give far better benefits at much lower
What is
cost.
this
It will
all
be
for?
far better health
What's going on
insurance.
here?
The current unaffordable
What is
Care
this a
Act was
reaction
created
to?
make insurance companies rich.
Is this the
It was
Vanity
bad
Fair
healthcare
article? Is he
at
trying
much too
to
high a
make it
cost.
look like
And you
they're
see that now
they
in the
do know
steep
what's going
increase
on?
in premiums being demanded by the Democrats, and they are demanding those increases. Bad health care at much too high a cost. And you see that now in the steep increase in premiums being demanded by the Democrats, and they are demanding those increases, and it's their fault. It is not the Republicans' fault. It's the Democrats' fault. It's the Unaffordable Care Act, and everybody knew it. Again, I want the money to go directly to the people so you can.
Trump's bleep blop is out.
Much better health care at a much lower price. The only losers will be insurance companies that have gotten rich, and the Democrat Party, which is totally controlled by those same insurance companies. They will not be happy, but that's okay with me because you, the people, are finally going to be getting great health care at a lower cost. Another major focus is the cost of energy. For years, the radical left Democrats exploited the green energy scam as an excuse to funnel many billions of dollars into their own massive slush funds as they're
More like the radical left cuckocrats, am I right?
them up at record levels. Electricity costs surged 30 to 100% under Biden, and the typical family lost $5,000 to $10,000.
I love our president. He's misunderstood.
$1,000 you lost. On day one, I declared a national energy emergency. Gasoline is now under $2.50 a gallon in much of the country. In some states, it, by the way, just hit $1.99 a gallon. And within the next 12 months, we will have opened 1,600 new electrical generating plants, a record, and it's a record that won't be beaten by practically, I would say, by anybody, or certainly not very soon. Prices on electricity and everything else will fall dramatically. The Democrat inflation disaster, again, the worst in the history of our country, also robbed millions of Americans of home ownership and indeed the American dream. The yearly cost of a typical new mortgage increased by $15,000 under Democrat rule.
Stop yelling
In
at
11
me.
months, we've already gotten that annual cost down by $3,000, and it's coming down a lot lower. Wait till you see. The numbers are going to be shocking. And I'll.
This feels like cocaine. I agree.
Someone who believes in lower interest rates by a lot, and mortgage payments will be coming down even further. Early the new year, and you will see this, in the new year, I will announce some of the most aggressive housing reform plans in American history. A major factor in driving up housing costs was the colossal.
This is not sped up. This
We
is
have
live.
never been invaded. This is the worst thing that, frankly, in my opinion, the worst thing that the Biden administration did to our country is the invasion at the border. The last administration and their allies in Congress brought in millions and millions of migrants and gave them taxpayer-funded housing while your rent and housing costs skyrocketed. Over 60% of growth in the rental market came from foreign migrants. At the same time, illegal aliens stole American jobs and flooded emergency rooms, getting free health care and education paid for by you, the American taxpayer. They also increased the cost of law enforcement by numbers so high that they are not even to be mentioned. For the first time in 50 years, we are now seeing reverse migration as migrants go back home, leaving more housing and more jobs for Americans. In the year before my election,
how can he talk so fast this old? I mean, dude, Trump is a performer, okay?
Since I took office,
he's good at what he does. But they also got him hopped up on some fucking Mountain Dew tonight, for sure.
American-born citizens, 100%. In the end, government either serves the productive, patriotic, hardworking American citizen, or it serves those who break the laws, cheat the system, and seek power and profit at the expense of our nation. Look at Minnesota, where Somalians have taken over the economics of the state and have stolen billions and billions of dollars from Minnesota and indeed from the United States of America. And we're going to put an end to it. For so long as before my election, the vast majority of good and decent Americans were forced to watch as corrupt politicians.
This is a sundowning event.
Politician plundered the whole. We are making America great again.
Let's go, boys.
Tonight, after 11 months, our border is secure. Inflation has stopped. Wages are up. Prices are down. Our nation is strong. America is respected. And our country is back, stronger than ever before. We're poised for an economic boom, the likes of which the world has never seen. Soon we will host the World Cup and...
Bro, is the fucking AI bubble about to burst literally tomorrow? What is going on?
50th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence. There could be no more fitting tribute to this epic milestone than to complete the comeback of America that began just 1 year ago. When the world looks at us next year, let them see a nation that is loyal to its citizens, faithful to its workers, confident to its identity, certain to its destiny, and the envy of the entire globe. We are respected again like we have never been respected before. To each and every one of you, have a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. God bless you all.
President Trump from the diplomatic room at the White House there, marking 11 months into his administration, talking about what he believes in these first 11 months are successes, securing the border, talking about the ongoing ICE operations, the deportations.
This feels weird.
Talking about the affordability issue in this country, laying the blame on the previous administration, now a year into his administration. Talked about tariffs. He said, tariffs, my favorite word. He announced tonight that more than 1 million and 1.4 million military service members will be given dividends from the tariffs.
My
a check
favorite
for
word.
$1,776 for each one of these military service members. He said those checks are on the way. When he talked about health care insurance premiums, a lot of attention on this right now because of the Affordable Care Act. Congress ready to go home for the holidays, it appears, without doing anything to extend subsidies, which means for at least 20 million Americans, their health insurance premiums are set to skyrocket after the first of the year. He said this is the Democrats Democrats' fault. These premiums are going up, despite the fact that a lot of this rests on Congress's shoulders, and certainly questions for the president going into the election, saying he had the contours of a plan, in essence, a health insurance plan. He did talk tonight about returning the money to the people when it comes to health insurance. But I'll get to Mary Bruce, our chief White House correspondent, for more on this. If there's any kind of proposal that's been issued by the White House to explain what this means, because in the meantime, for millions, premiums are going up. He also talked about prices in this country. You know, any president and presidents before him have dealt with affordability. President Biden did. Prices were high under the Biden administration and some of the previous administrations as well. And you can make the case that prices are going down, but people look at the prices at the grocery store on certain items and they know what they're paying for them. So it becomes a bit of a challenge for really any administration when it comes to affordability.
It certainly does, David. And the president just there said that prices are coming down and fast. But the latest government data actually shows that consumer prices are up 3% compared to a year ago. And that trend isn't going in the right direction. That same data showing that prices have been ticking up for the past 5 months. Now, the president is right. Gas prices are down, but Americans are paying more for groceries.
Any frickin' way.
And I got bad stuff to say about Candace.
We're gonna save this for later.
Because if you go through all the things she said, and when they're
Finally reached the central chamber, it was carved from a single block of yellow quartzite. The roof was made of 3 slabs of white quartzite, each weighing 45 tons. It was an architectural masterpiece, and it was empty. Tomb robbers got there first. Feeling defeated, Petrie studied the field of rubble.
Groceries are a Democrat hoax.
Next to the pyramid. He found the remains of an enormous building that covered 70 acres. Petrie realized what he discovered. The location matched ancient maps. The dimensions matched ancient descriptions. He was standing on the foundation.
Hey, if you missed 9/11, let's do it again. Ready? Go.
Of the lost labyrinth of Hawara. He was sure of it. But there was not much there, so Petrie packed up and went back to England. It was a tremendous discovery, but he was disappointed that the labyrinth was gone. But Petrie forgot one thing. The labyrinth went down multiple levels. He thought he discovered the foundation. It was actually the roof. The labyrinth wasn't destroyed. It was right under his feet, and it's still there. Louis de Cordier wasn't an archaeologist. He was a Belgian artist and philosopher who spent years studying ancient architecture. He was convinced Petrie missed something. It took 2 years, but de Cordier managed to get a permit to survey the Hawara site. He partnered with Egypt's National Research Institute of Astronomy and Geophysics, and he brought the most advanced ground-penetrating radar available. De Cordier's team started scanning in early 2008.
Okay, I just asked my mom, is Paul Weisopel actually my dad? And I said, be so for real. She said, no, you goof.
Hey, the equipment could see through 50 feet of sand and sediment, and what they found confirmed 2,500 years of history. They found a massive grid of walls 40 feet down. The walls were several feet thick, and they were granite, not brick. The structure covered about 750,000 square feet. That's the size of 10 football fields. They published the results. The press picked up the story. This was one of the greatest archaeological discoveries in history. Then nothing. Zahi Hawass was Egypt's Secretary General of the Supreme Council of Antiquities.
Secretary General of the Supreme Council? Oh, the ego of this guy.
He was the most powerful archaeologist in the country, and he controlled all the permits. He imposed a communication ban on the discovery. He said it was a matter of national security.
National security? On a 5,000-year-old building? This guy's got some stones.
Right? De Cordier waited. 2 years passed. The official release never came. The team couldn't discuss their findings. They couldn't publish follow-up research. They couldn't return to the site, not unless Hawass allowed it. By June 2010, de Cordier had waited long enough. He published the data himself. Scans, reports, analysis. everything the Egyptian government refused to release. They blacklisted him. Decordier now lives in the mountains of southern Spain. He went from presenting at European universities to farming almonds. Decordier lost everything just for sharing data he collected legally with the help of the Egyptian government. But Zahi Hawass wanted to make an example of him. He wanted to make sure no one else tried to expose their secrets. But Decordier wasn't the only one. If you find something in Egypt that challenges the official timeline, you don't get a Nobel.
She's typing right now. I'll let her type one more time before I tell her that, before I make sure she understands I'm joking, because she's probably like, oh my god. Oh my god, he's lost his mind. No, she'd be like, oh my god. I can't believe he'd think that I would do anything with Paul. He's so ugly. But she also can't say that because I kind of look like my dad. Not my real dad. Not the one that raised me anyway. She gave a non-answer. She said, well, you can't deny looking like me. And I said, hold on, I'm going to say... I said, that's exactly what I said, which made it only make sense that Paul is my dad. And Dad's dad was actually tall. His real dad. Yeah, because he was raised by someone who wasn't his dad too, like me. I'm Khloe Kardashian. Yeah. Wait, military people are legit getting $1,776 checks? That is fucking hilarious. That is really funny, dude. She said, you look exactly like me. I'm gonna make her go I'm rage baiting my mom that she's not my mom. Oh, love you, Mom. She watches the streams later, so she's not here right now.
Prize. You get banned. In 1993, German engineer Rudolf Gatenbrink sent a robot up a narrow shaft in the Great Pyramid. He found something nobody expected, a limestone door with copper handles. He made the mistake of telling the world. Hawass immediately banned him. Then Hawass took the robot and the credit.
And he was the one Zahi supposedly discovered it, but he's discovered everything. I discovered now. About what I discovered in the stone that I discovered. I want to show the whole world what I discovered. Right. And I discovered.
Yeah, I was like, Mom, I'm taller than everyone. I don't look like Dad. I only look like you. And Paul was in Neenah, Wisconsin around the same time. Don't fucking lie.
These are important things. Are they online? No, in my book, Giza and the Pyramids. In my book, Giza and the Pyramid.
It happened again in April 2008. The same month Decordier was scanning at Hawara, researcher Andrew Collins was at Giza. He followed old notes to the Tomb of the Birds. Collins found a crack in the rock leading to a massive chamber. He and his team made it several hundred yards into...
My mom isn't saying that I look like my dad, though. But you do admit I don't look like Dad, right? Mailman is my dad. Or Paul. I'm gonna make her go crazy.
A system heading toward the second pyramid. They found carved rooms and passageways. Collins reported it. Big mistake. Hawass said the caves didn't exist. Collins was banned from the site. A few months later, Hawass was filmed entering the same cave.
Yeah, 1776 has to be a reset year. 1888 has to be a reset year. Wait, how many years is that? 1776. So like 111 years. So that was like the 90s. So we're overdue for another reset, right? Or was that 9/11?
Rules for thee, but not for Zahi. You see what I did there?
My mom said none of you guys look like Dad, and it's good. You got my genes.
Hawass called exploring the caves an incredible experience, but nobody else would have that experience. In 2010, a metal gate was installed over the entrance. No further exploration is allowed.
You cannot just go in directly like this. You have to make a study. You have to research it. You have to decide as a scientist when can you do it, and when we can use it. 9 years. We do that. We can.
Yeah, 9 years, come on.
Brother.
I mean, we sent rockets.
That's years.
We sent
no,
rockets
you
to
are
the.
wrong.
Hang on,
you are wrong. Why give you permission to drill?
That quick 1776 direct deposit is spooky low key. Whenever they give them lobster and steak dinners, that's usually a cat. There's usually a catch coming soon. Better learn Venezuelan, my brothers in Christ.
Of nonsense. What you believe, it's nonsense.
Okay, listen, the matter is debated rich and closed. It is the...
Oh my God, my mom just destroyed my dad. I said, yeah, thank God we don't look like Dad. Can you imagine? And then she said, do you think of all men? Oh my God. Hold on. Oh my God. Do you actually think of all the men I would pick to lie about being your dad, I would pick Dad instead of a rich and motivated... Instead of a rich and motivated man? And she did 3 crying emojis. Crying, laughing emojis. Oh, that's funny, dude. Do you think of all men that I would lie about being your dad, that I would pick Dad instead of a rich and motivated man? I'm gonna fucking clip this and send this to my dad, bro. Mom is low-key into Paul. Yeah, I know, right? That's what she's not really saying. It's not Paul. She's just trying to gaslight me with the big lie. She's like, do you really think I would pick your dad who was assigned to be your dad? Of course, that was your job. My life is the Americans. Dude, fucking, they lied to their kids and the Americans. For the greater good.
It's closed in Chicago by an Australian by air. Exactly, and we will take it.
Jimmy, I want you to understand. This conspiracy theory that you do have is wrong. Completely. We do not hide anything. We have the scan pyramid.
Oh, Noel, you got family in Venezuela? Well, dude, we're gonna manifest bad shit not happening.
Team. Right.
I honestly feel we have more info towards it being Paul. I know, right, dude? Why else would they bother me so much? It was in the prophecy. It was in the Wysopal family prophecy. That one Paul's son will rise up to destroy him.
working.
But you understand this is different technology.
I understand, but they know about this technology.
But have they used this technology?
No, they said this technology cannot work.
Discovery, suppression, silence. The same pattern, and the same man behind it all, Zahi Hawass. The labyrinth exists. It's considered the greatest structure of the ancient world. It's right there, 40 feet underground, but no one is allowed to dig. On July 21st, 2015, a private meeting took place in the Crown Hotel in Harrogate, England. Tim Akers was a former RAF officer and satellite expert. He spent his career tracking submarines and underground bunkers. He had something to show a small group of researchers. He used synthetic aperture radar, the same technology that finds hidden nuclear sites. Akers pointed it at Hawara. The scan showed 4 levels beneath the roof, not one. They were separated by up to 100 feet of solid rock. A central corridor connected all 4 levels. It was a vertical shaft running the full depth of the complex, extending 150 feet underground. An omega-shaped moat surrounded the entire structure. The shape matched the Egyptian Shen ring, the symbol of eternity. Then Akers showed them the central hall. The bottom level stretched 300 feet long and 120 feet wide. Every level converged on this space. And at the center of the hall was a freestanding object. It measured about 130 feet long. But here's where the story gets crazy. The radar return signal changed. It wasn't reflecting off stone. It wasn't wood or mud brick. The signature was metallic. A solid metal object the size of the Statue of Liberty buried 100 feet underground, shaped like an upright disc or a ring. Akers said the material signature wasn't like anything he'd seen in his entire career, but it was there, and he didn't think it was a tomb. The shape suggested something functional, a ring that size made of metal buried at the exact center of a 4-level complex. It wasn't decorative. It was built to do something. Some on his team thought it was a portal. Others thought it could be a power generator. The only thing they agreed on, it wasn't a coffin. Akers and his team kept the finding secret.
The wisest opal shall outshine the wise.
For a decade. They learned from Decordier, if you go public, you get blacklisted. They wanted to excavate. They needed permits. After 10 years of quiet negotiations, they finally released the data in 2025. Still no permit. It's a 4-level underground complex with a 130-foot metallic object at the center. It's associated with Pharaoh Amenemhat III around 1800 BC. But the Egyptian priests said the labyrinth wasn't built by the pharaoh as a burial tomb. It was built by a much older civilization as a library. Those ancient people needed a place to store their knowledge before they were wiped out in a great flood.
You mean?
The priests were talking about Atlantis.
Yahtzee!
When Plato wrote about Atlantis around 360 BC, he was specific. He named his source. He said Egyptian priests told the story to the Greek statesman Solon 2 centuries earlier. The priests had records. They had dates.
Sorry, 10-1.
Plato said Atlantis fell around 9600 BC. Geologists say the Ice Age ended around 9700 BC. Robert Schoch dates the Sphinx to 9700 BC. 3 different sources, 1 specific date. For most of history, that date meant nothing. No civilization existed that early. Then we started finding things. Around 9700 BC, the Younger Dryas period ended. Global temperature spiked and the ice sheets collapsed. Sea levels rose over 400 feet. Coastlines around the world flooded. Entire land masses vanished beneath the waves.
How dare you!
Every major ancient culture has flood myths dating to this exact period. Different cultures, different continents with no contact, but they tell the same story. The Egyptians had their own version. They called the pre-flood era Zep Tepi, or the first time. The pyramid texts talk about it repeatedly. These are the oldest religious writings in the world. The Turin King List has dates and durations, divine rulers that reigned for thousands of years before human pharaohs. This wasn't vague mythology, these were administrative records. Mainstream Egyptology calls this symbolic. They say the gods represent concepts, not beings. Then there's the Temple of Horus at Edfu. The Edfu building texts span over 300 feet of wall space. They describe the temple's construction on foundations from an earlier structure that existed before the flood. They reference beings called the Shebtu. These were followers of Horus who arrived after a great cataclysm destroyed their homeland. They also mention 7 sages who came with them from an island swallowed by the sea. These aren't scribbles on a papyrus. These are carved into the temple walls. And these texts describe what these beings did. They established sacred mounds throughout Egypt. They laid foundations for temples at precise locations. They brought knowledge of astronomy, architecture, mathematics, and medicine. They taught the people who would become the first Egyptians. Now, this doesn't read like mythology. This reads like history. The Edfu texts describe a lost civilization that brought knowledge to Egypt. Mainstream historians call it a nice story. They say there's no physical evidence that this first time ever existed. They're wrong. The evidence is carved into the bedrock itself. In 1991, geologist Robert Schoch took a close look at the Great Sphinx. The walls showed vertical fissures. These are erosion patterns caused by prolonged rainfall, not wind, not sand, water falling from the sky over extended periods. Egypt's last significant rainfall ended around 5000 BC. Schoch estimated the minimum construction date for the Sphinx was between 7000 and 5000 BC, but he later pushed that estimate to 9700 BC, based on additional geological analysis. This was directly after the cataclysm and directly after the floods receded. The same weathering appears on the Assyrian at Abydos. Massive red granite blocks are cut with precision modern engineers struggle to replicate. And there's water. Constant water fills the lower chambers, and it cannot be pumped out.
Ew.
The site was designed for water. Edouard Naville excavated the Assyrian in 1914. He was a mainstream Egyptologist, not a fringe theorist. He said he wouldn't be surprised if this was the most ancient architectural structure in Egypt. He was ignored. Strabo explicitly stated both the Assyrian and the labyrinth shared the same builder. He called the king Ismandis. Same builder, same era, same construction techniques. Göbekli Tepe in Turkey proves advanced construction existed in 9600 BC. Massive stone circles, carved pillars weighing tons, astronomical alignments precise to fractions of degrees. It was built by people who supposedly hadn't invented agriculture yet. Then it was intentionally buried around 8000 BC. It was as if someone wanted to preserve it and keep it hidden. Someone was here long before the ancient Egyptians, and whoever they were, they helped jumpstart Egyptian civilization. Hieroglyphics appeared suddenly around 3500 BC. They were complete and perfect. There was no developmental period, no primitive early versions. Math, medicine, astronomy, architecture, all appeared fully formed. It was as someone handed the Egyptians a complete operating manual. And that operating manual is still here. Every bit of ancient knowledge is in the labyrinth. We can read it right now today. All we have to do is dig.
That's what EBE said. Look anywhere and dig.
If an advanced civilization knew it was about to be destroyed, they would do exactly what we would do. They would preserve what mattered. They would store knowledge somewhere it could survive. They would build a vault. Every civilization builds archives, from the Library of Alexandria to the Vatican archives. In the 1930s, Edgar Cayce described another archive. Cayce was a transmedium. He delivered over 14,000 documented readings across 43 years. He diagnosed medical conditions for patients he'd never met. Conditions
Okay. Be free. Good boy. Wow, Squeaks was a good boy for once. Sorry, my toilet's running. Gotta go catch it.
he had no training to identify. Doctors used his readings for treatment, but his most controversial claims involved Atlantis. Hundreds of readings across 2 decades returned to the same subject. According to Casey, an advanced civilization was destroyed around 10,000 BC. This was around the end of the last ice age. It's the same time frame as the Younger Dryas Cataclysm. But there were survivors. They scattered to Egypt, the Yucatan, and the Bahamas. They brought technology, they brought knowledge. And to preserve that knowledge, they built archives. Casey described a hall of records beneath the Giza Plateau in dozens of separate readings between 1923 and...
Yeah, dude, they fucking self-tanned the shit out of AJ. What the hell?
1944. He described 32 tablets documenting Atlantis from the beginning. They were written in both Atlantis...
Yeah, this is the rare squeaks being a good boy. Not many like it. Very exotic.
And Egyptian script. It was a Rosetta Stone for a lost civilization. And Casey was specific. He talked about their technology. Sound waves used for construction, acoustic levitation. He described crystals that generated power. The entrance is under the Sphinx's right paw, and the Sphinx served as a guardian sentinel. It marked the archive's location for those who know where to look. Casey's followers took him seriously. In the 1990s, the Association for Research and Enlightenment funded seismic surveys at Giza. A man with a sledgehammer pounded a steel plate on the desert surface. Shockwaves traveled down through the rock and back up. The readings showed a chamber exactly where Casey predicted. It was beneath the Sphinx's paw, and he wasn't the only one who saw it. Dorothy Eady was a British archaeologist who worked for the Egyptian Department of Antiquities. She was a sane, rational researcher who also happened to believe she was the reincarnation of an ancient priestess.
Oh, I believe her. I was a king in a past life.
You were a king.
Okay, a shift manager at a Taco Bell in Jersey. But I ruled that drive-through with an iron fin.
Okay.
I was a strict but fair shift manager at Taco Bell.
We have a whole episode on Dorothy Eady.
Link down in your chalupa.
Now, someone claiming to be a reincarnated ancient Egyptian priestess sounds fringe, but archaeologists listened to Dorothy Eady because her memories helped them find actual ruins at Abydos. And she claimed that beneath the Sphinx lay a hall of records containing the history of the past. And seismic readings show that the rooms are there and that they contain something. Now, it could be rubble or it could be artifacts. Nobody knows. The only way to find out is to dig, but no digging is allowed.
Ooh,
right now,
that's interesting. The Y-File staff give Scientology vibes. Interesting. AJ looks fucking ridiculous. Wait, Gino, AJ's brother is Joe Rogan's secret best friend? What? Really? I've never heard that. I have always been like, I mean, Y-Files has 5.4 million subs. I haven't really caught Y-Files being sussy. I've always been like, when are we going to catch him? Yeah, maybe it's the alien shit. Because I kind of am falling off the alien shit. Like, the aliens are coming. No. It's just going to be... It's just... They're Bene Gesserit-ing us. They're just doing what the Bene Gesserit do. They're planting a story and then they make it real. They make the circumstances happen. You know? But yeah, that's interesting. He's like the and dude, the Scientology is all over YouTube and stuff. Like Aaron Cairo, remember Braille skateboarding? They like that dude is a super Scientologist. But yeah, dude, I've always been like, that kind of feels right. I wouldn't be surprised whatsoever if we found out that AJ is Scientologist. Do you know that he is? Does he talk about it? But, yeah, I mean, like, pretty much everyone that we watch is some sort of fed, you know? But, yeah, I've always been wondering what's AJ's thing. What's Y-File's thing? Because for the most part, I feel like they have pretty good reads, but you're right. I bet it's the alien shit. It's part of Bluebeam. His episode on the Illuminati is what told me he's been indoctrinated.
Team from the Polytechnic University of Milan is at Giza. They're using cosmic ray muon radiography, technology that sees through stone like X-rays see through the body. They claim they're mapping structural voids, and look at where they're scanning. They're focusing on the deep bedrock beneath the plateau, the exact place where Casey said the Hall of Records is waiting to be opened. The Italians are scanning deep under Giza right now. They're looking for the Hall of Records, and they might find it. But if you were an advanced civilization and you wanted to hide your most precious secrets, you wouldn't put them under the most famous landmark on Earth. A much better place for such important knowledge would be a maze carved deep underground. In other words, a labyrinth. Maybe the Hall of Records isn't in Giza. Maybe it's in the labyrinth. Giza served as the public monument. It was the marker. 3 pyramids visible for miles. Everyone knew where Giza was. Everyone still does. But if you wanted to hide something, you wouldn't put it under the most famous landmark on Earth. You put it somewhere less obvious, somewhere with better security, somewhere designed from the beginning as a vault. 3,000 rooms.
It's just a vibe. I mean, honestly, that's what we operate on. That's where we get the truth, is the vibe. And that kind of makes sense to me. I like that read.
Underground, climate controlled by the Earth itself, perfect conditions for preservation, guarded by priests for 2,000 years, a structure so complex that intruders can never find their way out. The labyrinth wasn't a tomb, it was a repository. Historians documented it. The surface levels were Egypt's administrative hub. Government operations were visible to visitors. The middle levels held the religious archives and the crocodile burials Herodotus talked about. The deepest level was for technology storage. It held the 130-foot metallic ring, a portal that the priests protected but never fully understood. The priest said it was created by the builders, not the pharaohs, the people who...
Uh-oh. Whoa, there was a third OKC bomber? Yeah, Michael Fortier. He struck a deal with the feds. I can't tell if my radiator's going or if my toilet's still running. What the fuck? He struck a deal with the feds and did 12 years to flop on Tim and Terry. Kathy Sanders' grandchildren, Colton and Chase. Yeah. Sure. Also, the bomb squad was there that day before the bombing because of warnings received, but also because they knew that the fucking bombing was happening. Terry Nichols told Kathy that the mystery leg they found at the rubble was the key to the bombing. Yeah, there was a leg found in the rubble that wasn't attributed to anyone. I gotta stop Googling this lady. I know, dude. I know we're fucking... I think a fucking grandmother is our enemy. Kathy, if I find out that you're for real lying, I'm gonna be so disappointed in you. But I don't know, man. I think the people crying crisis actor might be right. Oh, I've been saying free Terry Nichols. Dude, they wouldn't let me interview him.
Came before. They weren't.
I should try and send him a letter. I gotta instigate the feds coming to give me a visit. Why are you sending a letter to noted domestic terrorist Terry Nichols? Well, because I think your boss actually did the bombing and he's Timothy McVeigh. Do you mind if we come in? No! Lizards, you fucking Mormons. No, you can't come in. I mean, no, I don't mind.
Guarding burial chambers. They were guarding the knowledge of the Zep-Tepi. They were guarding the secrets of the first time.
I would love to set up... I mean, dude, that's how Kathy Sanders' book ends, is that supposedly she's going to have an interview with Terry Nichols, and she sets it up with the guy who did the Timothy interview where he's like, are you the Oklahoma City bomber? That guy, he was producing Kathy's interview. The book literally ends like this. Kathy befriends Terry Nichols, supposedly, probably because she's a handler. And then she sets up an interview that was supposed to be on, what, ABC? I forget. What is 60 Minutes on? CNN? No. What is it? ABC? I forget. But then the day of the interview, she's there waiting for Terry Nichols to call, and then one of the producers comes in and says that interview guy who was producing it, the guy who said, "Are you Timothy McVeigh, or are you the Oklahoma City Bomber?" He died on the day that she was supposed to interview Terry Nichols, and so they canceled it. And then she was removed from his contact list, and she's never been able to speak to him since, supposedly. Convenient.
Ancient accounts across 6 centuries describe the same structure and the same location. 2008 ground-penetrating radar confirmed a massive complex 40 feet underground. 2015 satellite imaging revealed 4 levels and a metallic object at the center. Both discoveries were suppressed. The 2008 expedition happened. There's nothing to debunk. They published results. They found granite walls spanning an area of 10 football fields. Hawass imposed a communications ban, citing national security. The Cordier published independently and was permanently blacklisted. The suppression is real, and the structure is confirmed. We still don't know what's down there. Scans show anomalies that require excavation to interpret. The metallic reading could be an object, or it could be a geological formation. Iron deposits occur naturally, and critics say satellite radar can't penetrate that deep. The claims require digging to verify, and until we dig, we have no idea what the metal object actually is. The Italian scans show voids. Now, whether those voids contain rubble or records, we won't know until we dig. Now, the Atlantis connection is interesting, but Plato's account is the only primary source. No archaeological evidence confirms a pre-flood civilization with advanced technology. Casey's readings were never independently verified, and the Edfu text could be mythology, not memory.
That's what I'm thinking too. I honestly, I don't even know if Terry Nichols is actually in prison or if Terry Nichols is a real person. But I have looked into it, and it seemed like such a fucking hoopla to go through that it didn't even seem worth it. But yeah, I don't know. I should look. I looked up his inmate number and got all the information, but it just seemed like a fucking, like, it just wasn't going to happen. So I never ended up really doing it.
Extreme archaeology firmly rejects the idea of an advanced ancient civilization.
Denial ain't just a river in Egypt, pal.
Ugh.
I'm throwing rocks tonight.
They refuse to accept the geological and physical evidence because it breaks their model of history. But conventional dating can't explain the water erosion at Giza. Shak's geology hasn't been debunked. It's been ignored. The Osirian shows identical weathering on megalithic blocks that dwarf anything the Egyptians built. Göbekli Tepe proves sophisticated construction existed in 9600 BC, or before. The flood myths align with geological evidence for the Younger Dryas catastrophe. Something happened at the end of the Ice Age, something we don't fully understand. Meanwhile, the labyrinth is in trouble. Salt water is eroding everything. The water table rises every year. In 2024, geologists warned that if something isn't done about the water damage soon, the entire site will be destroyed. Thousands of years of history gone, and so far, their advice has been ignored. The greatest wonder of the ancient world is dissolving while bureaucrats argue about permits, and any scientist who dares speak up is blacklisted by Zahi Hawass. The structure is real. The scans confirm it. A massive metal object is sitting at the center of a great underground hall. The priests guarded it for thousands of years. And now when we finally have the technology to see what's down there, we're not allowed to look. Herodotus stood at the entrance to the underground. The priests told him no. 2,500 years later, we're still standing at the same door. And now, Zahi Hawass is telling us no. But walls do more than keep people out. They keep secrets in. And if the scans are right, the secret waiting in the labyrinth isn't just about Egypt's past. It's about all of ours.
Let's go.
Thank you so much for hanging out with me today. My name is AJ. That's Hecklefish.
Foreign types with the hookah pipe say, way-o, 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 way-o. Look like an Egyptian. Dink.
This has been The Y-Files. If you had fun or learned anything, I'd appreciate it if you like, subscribe, comment, share. That stuff allegedly helps the channel. Should I stop asking? Just, if there are buttons, please push them. Hey, if you want deeper dives on some of the things we talked about today, down below are links to The Secret of the Great Pyramid, Ancient Acoustic Levitation, Dorothy Eady, the Reincarnated Ancient Egyptian. A few Atlantis stories are down there, Göbekli Tepe and the Prophecy of Pillar 43.
All right. Enough Scientology indoctrination. Let's watch Alex Jones crash out for a minute, and then we'll go to bed.
And I got bad stuff to say about Candace. Because if you go through all the things she said, and when they're not right, it's like, well, I'm allowed to ask questions. And I didn't imply TPUSA killed him. Oh, bullshit. Or if you don't agree that the guy shot Charlie under his arm, or the guy with a bottle of water isn't really a camera gun, or there weren't trap doors and all this stuff, then I'm, every time I would say, well, that doesn't look accurate to me. Oh, you're on the payroll of the Jews. Well, I sure as hell ever found the damn check. Ain't seen it yet.
This is so funny.
Oh, my God. 12 states have passed euthanasia, basically government forced. No one cares.
What is going on?
No one cares. They're killing all these kids, cutting their penises off and their breasts off.
All right, so Alex Jones is going through it once again. This is the third time this year he's broken down crying. Now apparently he's fed up with all the conspiracy.
He's saying they're cutting little kids' breasts off?
Theorists, which is just hilarious considering he is like the conspiracy theory guy. So it's ironic seeing him now be like, man, people are out of control. They're looking into things too much. Not everything's a conspiracy theory. The Jews aren't behind everything, which of course is just making his fans think he's sold out to the Jews. Because now whenever there's a tragedy that happens, his fans immediately think it's a false flag orchestrated by Israel, like with Charlie Kirk's assassination, and then also the mass shooting in Australia that happened over the weekend where 15 people were killed, and I believe a dozen of them were Jewish. And a lot of Alex's fans thought Israel was really behind it, but Alex doesn't agree. So he went off on people that believe that theory, and of course people in the comments are just calling him a sellout.
When I cover this stuff, I'll see in the comments, like if I cover a nuclear reactor that's melted down, people say, why are you covering up for Jews? Because we can only talk about Jews, not a nuclear reactor melting down. I cover the Jews, but I don't have to sit here and prove myself to you. And you, a lot of you people out there don't have any real grasp or depth of history.
What the fuck do they have on Alex, boys?
Like, why are you covering up for Jews? Or, oh man, this hurricane sure devastated this area. Please donate. Jews. You know, look, the Muslim Brotherhood is celebrating the murder of all these Jews. Why do you care about them Jews? Well, A, I don't want to kill the Jews. And B, the Muslims want to kill all the Christians too, you dumbasses. I don't want a heart attack, and I also don't want cancer. See, it's like, you understand that, right? Like, I don't want to eat dog shit or cat shit. You understand, right? You can get that in your head? But the Muslims are funding a lot of this Israel obsession, that Israel is in total control of everything, including what time you have a bowel movement. Look at the universities, look at Soros, look at it, you idiots.
And then also the whole Epstein files fiasco has been a point of contention between Alex and his fans. If you remember, this was a breaking point for a lot of people.
Epstein didn't do anything wrong.
Like when the DOJ put out that memo saying Epstein killed himself, had no client.
He's Bill Hicks, but I know you don't agree. When did I say that? I don't care. Yeah, sure. And I am Andy Dick, so you guys don't even get it.
List or blackmail, and the investigation is concluded. Alex, he started crying and throwing up.
Yeah, he could be Bill Hicks. Why not? I do really think that Jim Morrison might have come back as his last name with a L? Newt Gingrich? No. What the frick is his name? Don't tell me. I'm gonna get it. We're gonna wait until I get it. Rush Limbaugh. Got that L. All right, thanks.
Because he realized Trump was helping the globalist deep state.
I knew it was a dumb name. That's why I said Newt Gingrich.
Cover up the files. And since then, he's been coping over it. He's trying his best to help do PR for Trump and downplay everything that gets released. But his fans aren't too happy about it because they feel like Alex is helping cover for the government and he's using their talking points. Like, he even started calling it a hoax. Not the whole thing, but Trump being involved. Apparently that's the hoax. So Alex's fans are like, dude, are you really calling it a hoax now? This is insane. And Alex even read some of these comments on air and started having a complete meltdown over it.
I was trying to get him course correct because he's the ship I'm on, and if he goes down, we have all got a big problem, Cupcake. You know what skin of the game is, sweetheart? You got people trying to put you in prison and kill you? No, you don't. I'm not mad at you. I'm just in general, all you people. All you people are not on the front lines of this war for decade after decade after decade trying to save humanity. And then you always misrepresent everything to make yourself feel powerful. That's pathetic. You need to grow up.
Bro, he really went so deep into the Alex Jones hole. Like, he's just a caricature of himself. Am I a caricature of myself yet? Probably.
You need to get right with God.
Get right with God. Dude, he really hits the guttural notes. That's awesome.
So there's that.
I feel like I feel like Bill Hicks is way more theatrical now. I kind of love it. He's like living his musical life, you know, like kind of like Trump. Trump loves musicals too, and I feel like Alex is being a little Queenie. It's nice.
Unbelievable. It is a hoax that Trump is screwing underage girls. That's the hoax. That's the hoax.
That's crazy, dude.
Hoax. Not Epstein. The attacks on Trump that he was involved were a hoax. You understand? The attacks on Trump that he's involved is a hoax. The attacks that Trump's involved is the hoax. The attacks that Trump's involved is the hoax. That's not sane.
I feel like Alex has a lot of pressure on him right now. Why do I always just feel bad for these goofballs?
Epstein's a hoax. You put that in my mouth. You said that. You used my credibility to claim I'm saying it doesn't exist. You are lying. See? You lie in my name. You.
So it's good to see things are going well. I mean, of course, Alex's fans are going to be extremely suspicious of how the Epstein files have been handled. But now Alex is helping the president do PR and is coming up with excuses for why he doesn't want to release them. So his fans are obviously going to think that's strange. But they aren't on the front lines of the culture war against the globalists, so they don't understand the pressure Alex is under. It sounds like he's basically saying he can't afford to have the president fail, so that's why he's trying to help him do damage control. And same thing with him getting involved with the Candace Owens situation. Since she's dividing the right and destroying Turning Point, Alex Jones now has to disprove her conspiracy theories. It's hilarious because she's just basically doing the same thing Alex did with Sandy Hook. So it's wild seeing him act like Candace is going too far. She's acting like she's just asking questions, but she's doing some real damage. And of course his fans are going to be like, what the hell is going on here? I mean, it sounds like Alex had been trying to avoid this topic, probably because he just wants everyone to get along. Like, he wants Turning Point to succeed, but he knows if he covers this without being critical of them, his fans would think something's up. But now I think he's worried Candace is doing some real damage, so he felt like he had to step in.
I've just been sitting here and watching and analyzing. And I don't know exactly what's going on both sides, but I smell some really bad stuff. See, it just doesn't feel right. I can get all the clips and play them back to back on all of them. It's going to hurt TPUSA and it's going to hurt Owens. But maybe that'll get you guys to stop it. If I got to come in here and bang your heads into each other, you know what? I'm going whole hog. That's it. If you're going to make me put all this together, then you are all going to get it.
Do you think like Alex talks like this when he's not on camera? Like, he doesn't talk in this growly, low voice all the time.
Ugh. I hate it. I hate having to know all this. I hate having this research at all. You're robbing my time. Fucking bullshit, man. You understand, if we don't get our shit together, they're gonna put my ass in prison when the Democrats get back in. But no, I do care about the midterms, Candace Owens. You say fuck the midterms? Well, I say fuck that. I do have cartel hits out on me from the Democrats. That's from the NSA and General Flynn. That's the real world. I do have globalists trying to destroy me. I do have people come.
Yeah, we watched the Trump address. It was pretty unhinged. He seemed like he was on the slopes, bro.
In my house. Do I make a big deal about it? No, I don't. I got to get all my ducks in a row because it's so much. Probably take me 5 hours to collate it all. But you want it someday this week, maybe Wednesday or Thursday, you're going to get 2 hours.
Yeah, Survivor 49. Don't tell me what happens. Haven't watched it yet. Me and Skira will watch it this weekend.
But that's coming up. Because...
But Rizzo has definitely grown on me, even though he's a big dumb idiot, though, for sure.
I just can't handle it anymore. So and it's driving me crazy. So you want it, you're gonna get it, and I don't think people are gonna like it.
And I kind of like Savannah a lot. I think she's dope, and she kicks ass at fucking all challenges because of yoga and Pilates and shit. She's gonna kill all of them. I wouldn't be surprised if she wins.
Yeah.
And Alex basically helped pave the way for what Candace is doing, but now he thinks it's too far. So he's trying to disprove all their theories, and he's acting like, man, this stuff is ridiculous. It's so stupid. So it's funny, even Alex Jones thinks these theories are too out there. Because also I've seen some people who defend Candace be like, hey, remember everyone used to call Alex crazy? But now Alex is basically calling Candace crazy. He doesn't seem to believe any of this. I mean, he says there's some weird stuff with Turning Point, but he doesn't seem to think Candace Owens' theories are accurate. He said the Egyptian plane theory is bullshit, and he mocks the idea that...
Yeah, I have a soft spot for Alex, too. I love him. I want the best for fucking Alex. I want the best for Charlie, too. I hope he's having a good time in the deep underground military bases.
That Mossad was behind the assassination.
Charlie knew that Erica was sleeping with the vice president, and that the vice president is an Israeli spy. And so he was getting ready to leave her and go against Netanyahu, and so they killed him, and I was there when Netanyahu gave the order. I mean, it's just like total crap. We know the corporate media lies about all the things they've manufactured. We don't want to be like them. We don't want to do that. The stuff they say I've been wrong about, I didn't even ever do. They just created this whole story. I did things I didn't do. These different areas that I've looked into, like 66% of the time, you said those aircraft were trailing her. They weren't even in the same continent. Or up by that Utah place and one other place is where they send those planes to get repaired. And then all the people, oh, Erica Kirk wanted him dead. TPUSA wanted him dead. Oh, it's corruption. It's hidden money. They got caught. Did you know they got audited by the IRS repeatedly? No, they never told you that recently. And I know them, and they're nice people. You don't have a conspiracy like that coming out of a group like that and interfacing with all these people and then doing something. That's not how it works. That stuff is highly compartmentalized. I'm saying I've gone through this stuff and you know, what she's doing. Oh, I've been given by this group the proof of the planes following her for years and all this. We go look at it. It's not the case. You're about to see that. Oh, this person, very credible former military. He just walks into this military base, into this secret room with all these officers, you know, planning the Kirk thing. I'm like, what? And then, oh, you know, I never really said TPUSA was involved in killing him. You don't outrightly say it, but it's everything but it's 99%. But I'm not mad. It made me start thinking, well, did they? So I had to go spend tons of time on this, and it pissed me off.
I miss the real Alex Jones.
But I think it's healthy overall. And the good news is the American people don't buy the bull anymore.
So what a turn of events. Alex Jones is trying to put an end to conspiracy.
Oh, David Icke called out Joe Rogan yesterday. He calls him out every once in a while. I love it. He's like, why won't you have me on the show?
Theories. It's incredible. But I don't know if he'll even need to, because it looks like Candace Owens' own fans are starting to think she's in on it too. She met with Erica Kirk in private. I don't know how much longer she'd keep this up. I mean, it's bound to implode eventually, but it's been entertaining.
I hope so, man.
It's hell to watch. But let me know what you guys think about it. And I just posted a big video to Patreon you should definitely check out about how Theo Von accidentally exposed Tucker Carlson without even knowing. Is hilarious. And Joe Rogan has been humiliating himself for Peter Thiel. I covered that as well. So make sure you check it out. It's definitely worth it. There are over 160 other exclusive videos on there, so there's a lot to go through. I'll put a link in the description.
Damn, bro. All right, dudes. Let's fucking get it. We still got to make dinner. We got to get to bed for frickin' yoga in the morning. We got to frickin' pee, too. I should have peed in the middle of that. What up, dogs? What's up, dog? What's up, dog? Hey, do you want some up, dog? What's up, dog? Not much, dog. Y'all ready to breathe? Y'all ready for this? Da-na-na, breathe, breathe, breathe in through your nose. And exhale out of your mouth. Breathe, breathe, breathe in through your nose. Y'all ready for this? And what channel was that? That's Too Lazy to Try. One sec. And out. I know, Ryan, we need all of them to realize that it's all fake and gay, and that.
But I got bad stuff to say about Candace. Because if you go through all the things she said, and when they're not right, it's like, well, I'm allowed to.
And that they should ignore it. All right, boys. Hope you're still breathing. Hope you haven't held your breath and that you're passing out. Keep breathing. We don't need the wiggles. We need our real Lord and Savior up here. The pulse beneath our feet. Take a deep breath in through the nose. And out through your mouth. Feel your body settle. Feel the weight of your spine soften into gravity's arms. You are safe. You are still. You are exactly where you are meant to be. With Alex. With Bill. Now imagine the soles of your feet opening. Roots spiral downward. Not digging. Not forcing. Just returning. Through floorboards. Through concrete. Through soil. Down past fossils and memory and myth. Down into the pulse of the earth. A slow humming beat. Your beat. This isn't ascent, it's descent into truth. We do not climb to find the divine, we listen down. The earth remembers, the mycelium remembers, the bones remember, and so do you. Let go of the static, the sky chatter, the noise of the ones who forgot. Let it float upward like smoke. You're not chasing escape, you're anchoring light. Now feel your current. You, the lightning in flesh. You, the perfect frequency of now. Let it hum in your bones. Let it root in your breath. Feel your spine like an antenna. Feel your breath like a tide. Feel your body like a song. You were never disconnected. You were just remembering. One more breath. In through the nose. And out through the mouth. Thank thank yourself, thank the earth, and thank this weird, beautiful moment. And when you're ready, come back. We'll meet again in the hum, and also tomorrow at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. That's what we'll do. But until then, Paul, we've got something for you. Can you hold something for me, Paul? Take your lost ball, you a big ol' bitch. I'm my mama.
This is healing Paul's trauma.
Oh, yes.
Spirit finna take him to Nirvana.
To Nirvana.
Set me up because I'm drama. Not a drug, it's marijuana.
Cooks will say I have a problem, but I don't.
Till you lost Paul, you can't come back from this. Till you lost Paul, and protect your chin. Till you lost Paul, bells showing all your lizard skin. Till you lost Paul, you can't go back to Tim.
No.
After yoga
and my breath and the mushies.
Maybe if I'm lucky,
then a cop will try to frick me.
I'm not basketball
player size, but I'm handsome.
Maybe Mendez will want me for ransom.
I don't have a bike, but I might take a jog.
Something light, loving life,
chilling with my headphones on. I asked CatDad how much a ticket costs. Didn't answer, still doesn't matter, still your daddy and your boss.
On my mama, this is healing Paul's trauma. He got a gene spirit, finna take him to Nirvana. Give me first stacking commas, it be up because I'm drama. Not a drug, it's marijuana.
Cooks will say I got a problem.
Till you lost Paul, you can't come back from this.
Take your loss, Paul.
And protect your chin. Till you lost Paul, bells showing
all your lizard skin.
Till you lost Paul, you can't go back to Tim.
Yesterday, Paul, take a L. Yesterday, Paul, go to hell. If you see me in some blue jeans, lock me in a cell. Paul saw me in some blue jeans and nutted on himself.
Paul chilling on the couch,
chilling like JD Vance, Dad.
Really wanna dance,
Paul, now is your chance, Dad. You're the damn man, Dad. Have a damn standoff, Dad. Your jeans, Dad. It's time to take your pants off, Dad.
This is healing Paul's trauma.
Take your pants off, Dad.
Spirit finna take him to Nirvana.
Come on.
Stacking commas, it be up because drama.
Causing drama, Paul. You're causing drama, Dad. Oh, where'd you go, buddy? Oh, frick.
You can't come back from this.
Uh-oh. I lost it.
Paul.
And protect your chin. There it is.
Paul, bells showing all your lizard skin.
I love you, Dad.
You can't go back to Tim.
Alright, dudes. We'll see you tomorrow. Good night, nitwitches. See y'all tomorrow, dudes. Alright. Bye! What we weave becomes. Never forget it. Okay. Ta-ta. See you later. Adios, amigos. A tutaler. A biento. I don't know how else to say goodbye. A Wiedersehen. How do you say it? Konnichiwa.